Friday, November the 20th, another loaded episode of That's What G Said podcast. Thanks for tuning in here as we have some NBA with Sam Quinn from CBS Sports. We're going to talk about the NBA draft. We're going to talk about all of the trades that have happened so far, a lot of the big rumors heading into Friday when the free agency period begins. We're only a month out from the start of the NBA season. We spend a half an hour talking about everything going on in the NBA. NFL Week 11. I roll through the slate. Erik joins me to give some of his best bets out. I go through my best bets for the week. And then Erik also joins me to give out a Thrive Fantasy lineup. We don't go through our whole lineup, but we break down one of the big contests for Thrive Fantasy this week, and we give you a couple of different props that we like. So we spend about 15 minutes talking Thrive Fantasy. Stable Duel for the weekend. I give my thoughts on the Friday Del Mar contest, the Saturday Woodbine and Del Mar contest, and I'm going to have plays at Del Mar on Friday, plays at Del Mar on Saturday, plays at Woodbine, a good card at Woodbine with a couple graded stakes races on Saturday. So Friday horse racing for you at Del Mar, Saturday horse racing for you Woodbine and Del Mar. We've got wrestling where we go through everything happening right now in the WWE with the Survivor Series preview with Chad Cooper. We also recap AEW Dynamite from Wednesday and give our overall thoughts on AEW, and then some quick thoughts on NXT and the really strong women's division that they've got going. We've got the old wrestling rewatch, ECW One Night Stand 2005 with Andrew Champagne and Darren Zocali, and then we got Mandolarian recap of episode 2 and 3 from season 2. I always like to give you about a week or so to watch, and we had to catch up on a couple episodes since we were a little backed up. So by the time you hear this, episode 4 will already be out, but you can have the next week or so to catch up, watch that one, and we'll recap it on the next episode. And we might have an episode come out a little early next week since it's Thanksgiving. Couple thoughts before we get into everything. First off, I'm not going to specifically have a big recap, but Queen's Gambit is a damn good show. I just rattled through it on Netflix. Why is it a great show? It's a show about a young girl that plays chess, and I'm hooked on it. And it, like any good show though, it's about chess, sure, but it's about the characters, and it's about the lead character, and she is basically a genius with numbers and patterns, but she has a lot of issues. She's addicted to pills from a very young age, alcohol. She just has addicted to substances, as a lot of times the very, very smart people are. They get kind of bored, and you see this happen quite often. It is a phenomenal show. I loved it. I spoke with a couple of people that were big into chess, and they said, there are some things that didn't add up or that didn't come off real. I can understand that, being someone who's been really into sports, right? In particular, horse racing or wrestling, like unique sports. Because if I watch a movie about those, sometimes there are things you point out, you go, oh, that's not how it is, right? That's not real. I understand, though, that, like I said, this is really about the character. I think if you had to focus on the main character, she was in a hospital working, or a police office, or a grocery store, or whatever the scene and the setting was, I would be interested. Because she is just a really, really great character. It's well acted. It is well done. Check it out, Queen's Gambit. I promise, if you read the description and you're like, oh, this is about some girl playing chess, what? Give it an episode. You will really, really enjoy it. Let me know what you think. Queen's Gambit. Can I have a little old man get off my lawn moment? Okay. So I've never been a car person, right? Like, I'm not someone who can tell you a whole lot about cars, not someone that's really interested in old cars or expensive cars or fast cars. But I totally understand anyone who is. Completely appreciate that as a hobby, that as a lifestyle, whatever it is. It just isn't something for me. For me, as long as I have a car that's safe and get to point A to point B, that's all that really matters to me. I have other things that I like to spend my money on that you all know, and in here I tend to gamble every now and then too. So, whatever. I'm just not a big car person. If I was, for those of you who are, and you want to drive fast in your car, or you want to drive your car around because it's awesome and you want to show off the cool car that you have, because there are amazing cars out there. I can appreciate really good ones. I just, it's just not for me. Why do you drive, if you do, why would you drive really, really fast in a residential area? Like, is that something that you think is like, who thinks you're cool? Who thinks you're cool? You set off a bunch of alarms. I'm walking with my kid, and there's a dog, walking, and everybody stops and looks. And it's like I'm in an area where there's stop signs like every, I don't know, 100 yards. You can barely even get going. What's the point of getting yourself up to 60, 70, and then just slamming on the brakes? I don't know. You think that people are like looking outside from the streets and going like, that guy is cool. That person is cool. Because they were able to get their car up to 55, slam on the brakes, and scare the hell out of my dog, my kids, and put a bunch of us in jeopardy and make everybody look. Like, come on, right? Go to a remote area and see how high you can get your car. You want to go 100? That's fine. When no one else is around. That's cool. I've done it. I'm only 33, right? I'm not like, hey, some prude, but I just don't want to be out on my walk and have somebody flying by me and thinking they're cool. It's like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, I'm... Okay, there's my old man, get off my lawn moment. We transition from old man, get off my lawn moment to NBA talk. Let's get right into it with Sam Quinn from CBS. Sam and I go through all of the major storylines right now in the NBA. You're going to get caught up on everything that's happened over the last few days and a little bit of a preview of what to look forward to over the next couple. Sam Quinn from CBS joins That's What G Said.
We had a unique 2020 NBA season, to say the least. It was a season that was interrupted, was restarted in a bubble, then was interrupted again. Wouldn't know if we were going to finish the season. We finished it off, and then once the season finished, it looked like the NBA season was probably going to start sometime in January. And I think MLK Day was a target early on. Once the owners and the players were able to discuss how much money they would be losing by starting the season a little bit later, they decided, hey, we're going to start this season December the 22nd. So what did that mean? Everything is expedited. We had to speed up the whole offseason, trades, free agency, the draft, you name it. It was all going to be in basically a 6-week period leading up to the NBA. So to join us to talk about everything that's going on in what has been just a crazy week in general from CBS NBA reporter Sam Quinn. Sam, I mean, can you remember any time period like this ever in the NBA?
Everybody talks about how hard this shortened offseason is going to be on the players. They don't talk about how hard it is on us, the media, who would have loved a full offseason to, collect our thoughts on what we just saw, relax a little bit, kind of reorient. No, the season ends, and we are diving back in head first, ready to go right now.
And unfortunately, with all the excitement of player movement and draft and, oh, wow, the season's going to be starting soon. And so there's that hope that that everybody has with the start for your team coming up soon. There was a really sad thing that happened, and that's really been one of the big pieces of news, too. I wanted to mention it quickly before we get into some of the other stuff. Such a bummer. Maybe the most likable, or on the very short list of the most likable players in the NBA, Klay Thompson, with another season-ending injury. He missed all of last year, and he was getting ready to come back this year. I think he was playing in Los Angeles with some of the other NBA players, and he's going to now be out with an Achilles injury, which is just a brutal, brutal blow for a team that had legitimate championship aspirations coming back into this year.
Well, it kind of reorients the West as something closer to what we saw last year when the Warriors weren't really in the conversation. Mm-hmm. I think we can say pretty comfortably now that we just look at the LA teams and say, like, okay, maybe somebody like Denver derails it, but we should probably expect them to be in the Western Conference Finals and actually have the playoff series we expected. It's so unfortunate. I think we all wanted to see what Golden State would be with Curry, with Thompson back, with Draymond. Like, Draymond wasn't that good last year, but I think we all sort of assumed that he was kind of taking the year off. So, yeah, it's disappointing. I mean, I had the Warriors maybe as the number 1 seed in the West, depending on what they did in the offseason. Now that kind of looks like a pipe dream, and we're headed back for another all-LA year.
And it's a good transition to talk about one of the first moves that was discussed a couple days ago, and that was officially finalized. And now a lot of the big trades are going to start to happen on Friday. Sam and I are recording this mid Thursday. One move as a Laker fan I really like. It fills a great spot for the Lakers and something that they needed last year, because I think when people look at what we saw with playoff Rondo in the bubble, you got to remember that this was not the Rajon Rondo that was playing the last 2 full seasons for the Lakers. He was not very good, and that's being kind to how he was playing many times on the court. So getting someone like Schroeder to come in, unfortunately, you lose someone like Danny Green, who really didn't have as great of a year, but Danny, I think, is still a good player to have, and he's going to be a good fit for Philadelphia. So Schroeder to the Lakers for Danny Green and a pick. How do you think that's going to fit for Los Angeles?
I like the trade in a vacuum. I mean, I think you're right. They needed somebody like Schroeder because Rondo for the last 2 regular seasons was maybe the worst rotation player in basketball.
Yeah.
Like somewhere in that bottom 5-10 area.
Awful.
Like, he was truly a bad basketball player for 2 regular seasons. Now, that changed in the playoffs. He was spectacular, and now looks like the Hawks are going to pay him. So they needed to get somebody like this. But the opportunity cost is pretty real, right? Like Danny Green was their main expiring salary to offer in trades. They gave up their first-round pick, number 28. That is not insignificant, depending on what you think else is out there on the trade market, right? Mm-hmm. Like we had heard about DeMar DeRozan as a possibility. We had heard about Chris Paul. Now that would have been more complicated. But, like, there were guys out there that are better than Dennis Schroeder. The Lakers chose, okay, we're not going to go all in on this one trade chip. What we're going to do is we're just going to give up Danny Green in the pick, and we're going to focus now on, let's go use the full mid-level exception. Let's maybe package JaVale McGee, Avery Bradley, see what we can get on the trade front there. Like, they have chosen not to go star hunting, and I think it's a pretty interesting contrast. Because last year, they obviously spent the first week of the offseason waiting on Kawhi. So I think what they were thinking was, we want to be aggressive. We want to be out in front of the market this year. So that was the first trade that we heard basically for 9 months. Mm-hmm. However long it was, they were first. They said, we're going to go get Schroeder. We're going to get ahead of the market. And now I don't know what they're planning to do with that full mid-level exception. I mean, we've heard the Serge Ibaka rumors, but
doesn't it feel like they need a wing now? They need somebody to sort of fill at least a little bit of the Danny Green role, because depending on what happens with Bradley, it feels like they sort of, and I saw you kind of talking about this, they sort of have a couple guys that might be serve the same purpose in like a Bradley, in a Caruso. KCP can, if he comes back, he can guard a little bit up, but Danny Green actually, even when he struggled, he's a good team defender, and he just is a smart player, and he even shoots better than you think. You just kind of expect him to shoot more all the time. So they need some, I don't know if it's a Harkless. It feels like they need a wing too, and I haven't really heard much about wings with them.
Well, yeah, it's not so much that they need a wing as it is they need somebody who can defend 2 specific people. Mm-hmm. They need somebody to throw at Kawhi, and they need somebody to throw at Kevin Durant if he's in the finals. Yeah, that's what they're really going for, and you would assume, based on what we saw in the playoffs last year, that LeBron can handle that load for some of a game, some of a series. But if he's doing it for 38 minutes, what are you getting from him on offense, especially at his age? We don't know. So you're right, Harkless is somebody that I've liked for them. We've heard Wes Matthews. I'm pretty dubious that he can defend Kawhi for a full series.
Yeah, he's sort of smallish too, right? Like 6'4", 6. Like,
yeah, he has a little bit of that Kyle Lowry in him, where he has such a low center of gravity, and he's so strong that it kind of works out against some bigger guys. But like Kevin Durant is 7 feet tall. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. So as I look at it, they have 3 needs that I'd like them to fill. One of them, you're right, is a bigger forward type defensively. One of them is just a knockdown shooter, because they didn't have that last year. They thought Quinn Cook or Troy Daniels would be that guy who just shot 43%. They don't have that anywhere on the roster.
Yep.
And then obviously I would like a shooting center. Like that's where Ibaka comes in. Because the spacing when AD would play with JaVale in particular, but Dwight to an extent too, was just not very good.
It got really bad. As every time the games mattered more, right? it got more important that there was less of that, and they you could see by the end of the finals, they just really couldn't even play the bigs anymore.
Well, exactly. So if they added somebody like a Baca or maybe Aaron Baines, it just opens up the floor so much. It lets you run more LeBron AD pick and roll. It makes your life so much easier on offense that even if you are downgrading defensively, it's worth it. But with Ibaka and Baines, you're obviously not. So I would look at those two as key mid-level targets. Maybe Harkless. I mean, maybe at the lower level, maybe if they split it up, maybe if they use the taxpayer version. But yeah, those are the three roles I would expect them to try to fill in some way, shape, or form.
You mentioned Baines, who played for the Suns, and the Suns made a big splash. And this was something that I think, at least for their fan base, and in an attempt to keep their superstar and maybe even their next superstar after Ayton and Booker happy, they had to make a move, I think, sort of like this. So they trade for CP3, Ricky Rubio, Kelly Oubre, Ty Jerome, and I think a 2022 first round. So a big move for the Suns. Where does this stack them up in a stacked West?
I mean, I have them in the 5, 6, 7 range. Like, I think they're pretty firmly a playoff team at this point. But what the trade says to me is that they don't really have a plan because, hang on. Sorry about that.
No problem. Info coming in all over. Yeah, no problem.
Anyway, I just look at this and I ask, what is their plan? Because getting the 5, 6, 7 seed, it's nice. It's a good story after the decade that they've had. But I'm not sure how that really matters when Booker and Ayton are in their primes and you're trying to win champions. God damn it. That's not even a source either. All right, now it's on vibrate. Anyway, I'm just not sure what Phoenix's plan is at this point. Getting the 5, 6, 7 seed, it's nice. It ends that horrible streak that they're on. But Booker and Ayton are going to be in their primes in, I don't know, let's say 2, 3, 4 years. And at that point, Chris Paul is presumably gone. So I'm kind of questioning the timeline here, right? Like,
yeah, it's
are they just trying
off.
to?
It is.
They're going to be in the playoffs for the next few years, and I would assume that when Chris Paul is gone, Booker and Ayton will be good enough in their own right that they'll be able to get in. But I looked at this offseason for them as a chance to add another real core piece. Like Fred VanVleet is the guy that I had in mind. There are a couple of younger free agents, Jeremy Grant maybe, that could have aged with Booker and Ayton and gotten them into championship contention down the line. Now,
it's like you take your growing pains for a year or two normally, and it's like always how it works in the NBA. Last year was different because there was no real team coming back. Everybody was sort of a new team, but generally the team you take a year or two of lumps before you win it. So you're right. If they have those lumps, let's say they get there, even if they win a first round series, then you're already into another year on Chris Paul, another year of minutes on Chris Paul, a guy who's always had some trouble staying healthy towards the end of the season too. But maybe things have changed for him. He changed his diet. Apparently he's got a new workout regimen, and who knows with what we know. We've seen LeBron. We keep knocking on wood with him. It's unbelievable that he hasn't slowed down. But I'm with you. It just feels like this is a year or two off,
right?
With
well.
him.
It's funny because last night they kind of had a chance to bridge this gap where they're sitting at number 10 and Tyrese Halliburton is kind of the perfect Devin Booker point guard, right? Very good defender, very good spot up shooter, very good passer. Not somebody who's going to create one-on-one much, but you have Devin Booker. You don't need that. So my thought is, wow, this is great. They've lucked into Tyrese Halliburton. He could be for them what I thought VanVleet would have been if they'd pursued him in free agency. This is their point guard of the future, the guy to replace Chris Paul. And of course, the Suns aren't going to do that. The Suns are always going to just Sun, and they take Jalen Smith, who, look, I'm not particularly a draft guy. I'm not somebody who scouts these guys for an entire season. I'm just looking at their roster, and I'm saying they have DeAndre Ayton as their starting center for the future. Cam Johnson is presumably the power forward of the future. They want to keep Dario Saric, and they gave up their cap space to do it. I have no idea where Jalen Smith fits in as a long-term piece, and you just use the number 10 pick on him. So this goes back to my thought that they just don't really have a plan. I don't get what the point of that move is. I don't see how these moves work together.
it could have been sort of like CP3 helping Shea a little bit in OKC over there, and as he progresses and then can take the mantle from him with the Suns in a few years. Another big move, Drew Holiday to the Bucks, who gave up Eric Bledsoe, George Hill, 3 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps. So we're talking a 2021 first, a 2024 right to swap, 2025 first unprotected, 2026 right to swap, 2027 first unprotected. This is really only for a year of Drew. They're assuming that this is going to help them keep Giannis, and they also made a deal to sign Bogdanovich, but that deal has now fallen through after tampering, and we don't know what's going to happen there. So it looked like the Bucks made 2 moves as of now, just this one with Drew Holiday. They sure gave up a lot, and in that same conversation, we see 2 teams out there that are just stacking picks right now in the Thunder and the Pelicans. They are just getting picks, assets to put with some of their young talent to give them the opportunity to go all in. So I guess first, let's talk about Drew to the Bucks.
I liked the move a lot when it came with Bogdanovich because at the beginning of the offseason, I was very much get Chris Paul to the Bucks. Because that's the perfect fit, right? Mm-hmm. That's the guy who's going to take the
mid-range. That's the timeline that felt a little bit better, right? They're ready. They were just missing that something. You get the ball out of Giannis's hands a little bit more. It's perfect. But Drew's a very good two-way, but is he the point guard to unlock Giannis? I don't know.
So I don't think he's that kind of guy. He's not somebody who's going to be taking your shots at the end of games. But I liked the move when it came with Bogdanovich because, for 2 reasons. First of all, Bogdanovich is not Chris Paul. I'm not going to pretend that he is. His clutch track record is incredible. You're a Lakers fan. You saw the game 2 years ago.
I've seen him in plenty of garbage games against the Lakers, where he was just awesome. Yeah.
Well, he hit that incredible 3 to bury them a couple of years ago, right at the buzzer. He's done that several times. In Europe, he's just utterly revered. This guy is a clutch killer. I thought that was the guy that presumably was going to take a lot of big shots for them. But the other reason was you'd have 5 guys who are maybe not all-stars, but high-level starters. Mm-hmm. If Bogdanovich is the worst player on the floor for you in crunch time, you're in really good shape. But now I look at this Drew move just in a vacuum, and I think, well, he's better than Eric Bledsoe. I don't know by how much. Yeah. He doesn't do the things that they need specifically. They gave up a lot to get him, a lot of unprotected picks, by the way.
Yeah.
And maybe they thought that Giannis was going to re-sign after getting both of those guys. I would have to imagine, and I don't have any intel on this, that Giannis is looking at this debacle of a Bogdanovich situation and thinking, what the hell? I thought we were going to have the best team in the East. Now, you bungled this. This doesn't make me feel great about my future in Milwaukee. I'm not saying I think he leaves. Frankly, I think he stays. But this isn't helping the situation. So now, where you were once giving up picks that you thought were probably in the 20s, now you might be giving up really good picks. So, you know what? Kudos to New Orleans. Through no thought of their own, they seem to have really benefited off of this Bogdanovich situation.
New Orleans first-round picks, they had 2 last night in 2020.
Just say all of them.
Yeah, 2021, their own, and the Lakers. 2022, their own. 2023, their own, and the Lakers. 2024, their own. A swap with the Lakers, a swap with Milwaukee. 2025, their own, and the Lakers. 2026, their own, Milwaukee, and a swap. 2027, their own, Milwaukee, unprotected. And the Thunder had, I think it was up to 17 first-round picks between 2020 and 2026. So we're going to see those 2 teams drafting a lot. They do have some young talent there too. The Pelicans, we know, they have a couple really nice pieces. So if they want to decide to just maybe use some of those and go all in one of these years, move all the way up or package and try to get a veteran, both of these teams are in shape. They just gotta do a little bit more than what we've seen with Boston, where they kind of have in Ainge have sort of sat on a lot of the assets and then they ended up getting a lot of middle round picks, the guys that are on their bench that can't even really crack the rotation. So it's great
that's
flexibility.
A really important point.
Yeah,
because we've seen this with Boston. The issue with having all of those picks is that you can't play all of those guys.
Yeah.
So what happens is you take these talented players that in another situation might have turned into something.
Sure.
But they come to Boston, they get no developmental minutes, and they're just wasted, right? This, in large part, is why Boston kept trading back for future picks. It's because they couldn't actually use all of the players. So New Orleans and Oklahoma City have a minefield to navigate. Now, I think for the most part, you should be able to find takers for those picks if you want to trade them. And I'm not saying this is a bad situation. Frankly, they're both in incredible shape for the long term. But that's the pitfall you have to avoid. Oklahoma City having 17 picks in 6 years. There are only 15 roster spots. You literally can't have all of those guys on your team.
You got and I think they're both in good hands. You just have to be ready and willing when the time is right, because it feels like Boston. There was 2 or 3 times where they could have gone all in, but they didn't want to give up maybe one of their big pieces or a little bit too much. They wanted to wait, they wanted to save, and they may have missed out on a couple guys that could have put them over the hump. And now they're going to be playing in an Eastern Conference that's going to be a little bit more difficult. Some of the things happening in the Eastern Conference, just a couple quick things that happened. Covington to the Blazers, that could help them defensively a little bit. Drummond opted in with his $28.7 million to the Cavs. DeMar DeRozan opted in with his $28 million. I'm not sure if either of those two will move the needle anywhere, but Covington to the Blazers, that's going to help a team that just was severely limited on defense.
Well, they were going to be one of the 5 worst defenses next year. And look, Robert Covington is not Anthony Davis. He's not Rudy Gobert. But as far as a wing that, frankly, they've needed a wing for years, a two-way wing. And the guy they got is exactly what they needed. Now, I think it's pretty clear at this point that Robert Covington is not like a one-on-one stopper. He's not going to defend LeBron. What he's going to do is he's going to cover a bunch of space. He's going to, deflect a bunch of passes, block a bunch of shots from behind. He's kind of an all-around cleaner-upper guy. He makes bad defenses a lot better, even if he doesn't necessarily, fit in at the highest levels of playoff defense where you just kind of have to stop a guy one-on-one. And for them, you know what? They weren't beating the Lakers anyway. They kind of just want to get into the playoffs. Somebody who raises your floor that much, that's really important. So I had the Blazers out of the playoff picture before that move. Now I probably have them in it.
I agree. They traded a Riza 2021 first and a 2020 first and a 2020 second there. And we move over to Philly and they're making some moves. Morey comes in right away. We knew he wasn't going to be quiet. He's always going to be making some moves. So he sends Horford to Oklahoma City, and then he takes back Danny Green. He has to put a couple picks along with them, but he gets back Danny Green and Terrence Ferguson. And then he ships Josh Richardson from Philly to Dallas. He gets back Seth Curry. So he gets back a couple guys that are going to really change the complexion of the Philly team. What Morey does is he looks at their roster and says, you know what? I don't like the way this roster is built. We have to spread the floor. And this is going to go hand in hand with an article that you wrote about Josh Richardson. I think it was their spacing and the fact that and we'll see if it's going to be any different this year with Simmons and with Embiid, and if they make a move there, Harden rumors, all that stuff. But their spacing was so bad with Horford ever trying to be in the mix with those other guys that it kind of hindered Josh Richardson, and it hurt him as far as getting open threes. So it feels like Philly, at least we talk about teams that don't have a plan. When Morey comes in, he has a plan.
Well, you're right. Philly, just in the simplest of terms right now, they make sense. It's just Ben Simmons is going to dribble. Danny Green, Seth Curry, and Tobias Harris are going to be the shooters. Joel Embiid is your center. It's not perfect. I still wouldn't want Simmons and Embiid together for the long term. But, this makes sense. This is what a normal NBA roster looks like. I think, barring something extreme, we might be in for, our least interesting Philly season in a while. I think it'll probably be their best team of this process era. But there's going to be less chaos. We're not going to be hearing all of this, locker room nonsense. We're not going to be hearing constant trade rumors besides James Harden, and we can get to that. But okay, this is a team that makes sense. I get it. I get what they're doing. That's a rare thing to say about Philly.
Josh Richardson was someone who you wrote about today, and he was someone who I was really high on when he was coming into Philly. Philly was having a tough time. They had Embiid. They had Embiid and Simmons. They had Butler and Horford. They had Butler and Harris. They have to make a decision. Who are they going to sign? What are they going to do? And just as far as personality and the way their team was built, it didn't really seem like Jimmy kind of fit in there. He went and he had a great season with Miami. He did great things there. But you talked about how there was a trade that was built, and there was a package that was basically built around Richardson for Butler. And this was a player who his trajectory was really, really high coming in from Miami. He was a player that showed that he could kind of create. He could have games where he took over. His 3-point shooting was pretty good. He was a pretty solid better than solid defender. He really could do a little bit of everything. And it wasn't that he had a bad year in Philly, but he was just maybe overshadowed by the fact that they had a bad and disappointing year overall. And then you look over and Jimmy Butler in Miami are in the finals, and he's beaten the Lakers single-handedly in a game or two. So that it maybe leaves a little bit of a sour taste in your mouth. Let's talk a little bit about the piece you wrote on Richardson today.
Yeah, I mean, we go back to the Butler trade. It's not just that that Richardson got traded for Jimmy Butler. They won that trade according to a lot of people. Like, a lot of us were sitting around saying, oh my God, Philly's going to make the finals. Like, they're the favorite in the East. It obviously didn't work out that way, but frankly, that's because Philly was such a weird roster that never made sense and constantly was dealing with injuries and identity crises. And like, it was just
maybe even lackluster coaching too,
bad coaching too. Like, Brett Brown isn't there for a reason, so I just look at Richardson and I say, why should I take what happened in Philly particularly seriously when I can look back to what he was in Miami, a very stable organization, one that's very similar to Dallas, say, well, he led the team in scoring. He was one of their best defenders. He hit a fairly high percentage of his threes. Like, these are all things Dallas needs out of their, I don't want to say third star, but like the third option, the guy who's beneath Luka and Porzingis in the pecking order, but ahead of everybody else. That's exactly what they got out of Richardson. Now, I think they're still going to go looking for that quote-unquote third star. I think if Giannis is a free agent next summer, they're going to try to get him. But for now, you could not ask for a better third player for this specific roster.
Yeah, just in the simple terms, too, it feels like it worked for both teams. But when you look at, this was a guy who was traded really in a package that was, around him for Butler. And then it was basically traded for Seth Curry, who is great. He's one of the better 3-point shooters statistically in NBA history. And he's very, very good. But he's, a 10-point per game, stretch the floor, not necessarily even a great defensive player, where Richardson, with his upside in the level that he could get to, is much higher.
Well, it's one of the best win-win trades I've ever seen in NBA history. Like, Josh Richardson is a better overall player than Seth Curry, but both teams get exactly what they're looking for here. And, like, you can't ask for much more, right? Like, Philly's in kind of a difficult position. They just gave up one pick to get off of Horford. They're totally capped out. Now, like, they got the sort of player that they needed, and they gave up somebody who they already had replaced. Like, Danny Green is going to be their starting shooting guard next year. So this really worked out for both sides. I have no complaints for either. Now, it maybe isn't a great asset play to turn Jimmy Butler into Seth Curry, but that was two different regimes. That was two different organizational strategies. Like, you know what? I like this for Daryl Morey, and I love it for Dallas.
Exactly. It was the key thing that I'm always with and following you too in some of your sports, in some of your articles, and there was a really good one on CBS Sports today that you wrote about Richardson that we're talking about, is it's having a plan. They're not, everybody's plan isn't going to work out. And a lot of times there's injury, there's bad luck, there's different things that happen. But if you have a plan, you have an approach, and you go for it, and it's wrong, at least we can say they had a plan. It's the teams that, he said, we're not really sure what they're doing. Are they just kind of floating around trying to be a team that just makes the playoffs? Because that's not really where you want to be in this modern age of NBA. You want to sort of be right at the top where you're contending, or you want to be pretty bad and try to stack assets and try to kind of build for the future and figure out a plan. So I like that Morey comes in with a plan. And I mean, we went through a lot of the major trades. We're talking with Sam Quinn, CBS Sports. You find all of his stuff there, and a great follow on Twitter, talking all sorts of NBA at Sam Quinn CBS. Just a couple of things about the draft before we let you go, Sam. This is an age where we have so much information, but it didn't feel like we really knew a whole lot about any of the major players in the draft this year because we saw so little of college basketball. They didn't finish out with the conference tournaments. They didn't have an NCAA tournament. We didn't really see a whole lot as far as like the lead up to the NBA draft. So it was Edwards, Wiseman, LaMelo Ball, Patrick Williams as your top four. But this was a very interesting draft in that we don't really know much about a lot of these guys.
I mean, it's a weird draft class in that, like, even before the pandemic, it was one that we all kind of just looked at and thought, well, presumably there's going to be one or two stars to come out of this, but nobody really knows who they're going to be, right? There was not an obvious Zion Williamson, John Morant level prospect So I think Patrick Williams is a really nice encapsulation of what everybody expected out of this draft, which is everybody's going to have a different opinion. It's not going to be Zion at the top. It's not going to go chalk. Like, Patrick Williams coming into this process was, I don't know, the 15th best prospect, the 20th. Like,
he was a bench player. He didn't even start in college.
Kind of a borderline lottery guy, and he goes number 4. And we had a lot of picks like that, right? Like, Jalen Smith to Phoenix was one of the others. This was a class that was always going to be defined by the GMs making the picks, right? Because they're going to look at these prospects differently than all of us, and frankly from each other. Like, I think Sacramento looked at Tyrese Halliburton and thought, like, we might have taken him if we were picking, like, 5th, and they get him number 12. Like, Sadiq Bey goes number 19. There was a moment where the Warriors were kind of talking like, well, maybe if we trade down to, like, 7 or 8, we could target him. This was just, it was a weird class, and it really just came down to the individual preferences of the teams. I can't look at anybody and say, like, right now, I thought Anthony Edwards was very slightly the best player in the draft over LaMelo Ball. I don't fault anybody for going differently because you're right. It's a weird year. We didn't see enough. Like, the process was very messed up. So, you know what? I think Patrick Williams is really kind of the player of this draft that proves nobody has any clue who's going to be the stars this year.
3 rumors to ask you about with major names before we let you go. Gordon Hayward, Russell Westbrook, James Harden. Where do you think each of them is going to end up?
I think Gordon Hayward is going to be a Knick in the next couple of days. And I think the way that that's going to happen is he's going to opt out of his contract with Boston, and they are going to sign and trade him to the Knicks, but they will be giving the Knicks something. It won't be the other way around, because that will create a big trade exception for Boston to use to replace him. So that is how I think that one is going down. Harden and Westbrook are more complicated, and the short answer I'll give is that I think they're both on the Rockets on opening night.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the Westbrook situation, like, look at the teams that were theoretically interested. The Knicks want to use their cap space on Gordon Hayward. The Magic just drafted a point guard, Cole Anthony, at number 20, or at number 15. The Hornets just drafted LaMelo Ball at number 3. Like, where is he going to go? I can't think of anywhere. So they're kind of stuck with him. And with Harden, there's not a package there. Like, I'm sorry, the Nets don't have enough.
I agree. There's 2 years and the option. If you're Houston, why are you just giving away for nothing? I think you at least wait till the trade deadline. Maybe there's another team or two and the packages increase. And if not, you have the offseason next year to think about it. But I'm with you. I don't see them getting back enough. I'm glad you quickly mentioned LaMelo. I can't wait till we get the Michael Jordan versus LeVar one-on-one games over there in Charlotte. Those should be fun. If somebody can
stream. Put that on pay-per-view, it would do better ratings in their games.
Somebody please stream that at least for us online if possible. Sam, this was great. I asked you for like 15 to 20. You gave me 30 minutes plus. We were able to hit on like everything that's been going on. And you're someone that I'm definitely got notifications and alerts on for too, because there's so much going on in the next couple of days. I'm always curious to get your reactions to things. Let the folks out there know one more time, where can we follow you on social media, and what kind of stuff are you going to be working on coming up?
Follow me, Sam Quinn CBS on Twitter. All of the stuff that I write goes up on CBS Sports. I can honestly say I have no idea what I'll be working on over the next couple of days.
Whatever happens.
For all I know, we're going to get off of this call and I'm going to check Twitter. And it's like, wait, the Lakers traded LeBron to the Magic?
I know. What? We have no idea.
I'm really prepared for anything. So just keep an eye out, because if I don't know anything, I imagine everybody else is just as confused.
Yep. The last 16 months, it feels like it started with, with the mid, LeBron, and with AD coming over to join LeBron, and then the Kawhi, where was he going to go? And it's just been all of this now to where we've had this condensed season leading in, and really appreciate you joining me. And once things get up and going, man, it's only going to be a few weeks. I'll have to get you to join me again, maybe before the season, for a little preview.
All right, man. Sounds good.
That is Sam Quinn from CBS. You heard where to follow him. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be back with much more on That's What G Said.
A big thank you to Sam for joining us. So much happening in the NBA, and so much will be happening on Friday when free agency period opens up. We're going to continue to see trades, and it'll be heading right into 10 days away from training camp opening up, games starting in just a month on the 22nd. NBA fans, get ready. You are going to love the next few weeks with all that is going on. Thank you to Sam. Make sure to give him a follow and check out all the stuff that he writes. He just does a great job, as you could tell, super prepared. Let's talk about one of the sponsors of That's What G Said, and I'm going to have to get her on the show sometime next week so we can record a new commercial for her and we can update some of the things happening with Cindy Carava, full service realtor. That's, moving. Something that on our own, it's not easy. There's so many factors. You have to have someone that is going to take care of you, is looking out for your best interests, and that is Cindy Carava. She's a full service realtor. She can help you in many different ways, selling, purchasing, and leasing. She can even help you with small things like finding a vendor, a handyman, a painter, or landscaper, a gardener, someone that she's personally used. She can help you getting pre-approved for a home loan. She can connect you to lenders that she works closely with, covering all parts of the San Gabriel Valley, North San Diego County, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Rancho Santa Fe. Hey, maybe you're just curious to find out how much your home is worth. She can give you a free market analysis of your home's value. You can find all the information about her on cindycarava.com. You can also find out about her on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. There are reviews about her on Yelp and Zillow. Cindy Carava, CindyCarava. If you have any questions at all, cindyc.realtor@gmail.com. Make sure to check out her site. You can look at a lot of the listings that she has, and make sure to let her know that Gino sent you. Now, we move along to NFL Week 11. NFL Week 11. Wow, it's flying by here. And we're going to go through the slate, and then I'm going to give you my best bets, and then Erik, ETOF21 Sports, joins me, gives I think 4 of his plays for the week. So let's go to Washington. Washington Bengals. And Washington's actually a 1-point favorite against the Bengals. Over-under in this game is 47. Honestly, I just think Washington is not as good as Cincinnati. I like the Bengals in here. The Bengals are 2-6-1. They're 6-3 against the spread. Washington is 2-7, and they are 4-5 against the spread in here. Give me the Bengals. They just got destroyed by Pittsburgh, so people didn't really get to see a lot of the progression that they made through the previous few weeks. Washington came back late against the Lions, so I think people may have gotten on the, Washington maybe not that bad. Oh, look how bad the Bengals looked last week. So this number moved a little bit. The Bengals will be able to move the ball against the Washington defense here. I just think they're slightly better. And they had a lot of COVID issues going on last week. Players and coaching staff that were missing. Give me the Bengals in here. Plus the 1. Bengals money line if you can get a little better juice going that way. Second game on the Sunday slate here is going to be Saints and Falcons that we're looking at. So the Saints are a 4-point favorite now against the Falcons. This game has moved down for a few points, and I think it's because of Jameis. Drew Brees is hurt. A lot of people are concerned about Jameis for the Saints. I'm not. I think this is a really, really good position for Jameis to be in where he doesn't have to try to do too much. He has a fine, solid defense. He has a lot of weapons around him. He can make the throws. They don't have to ask him to do a ton. Keep an eye on Kamara, though. He's been banged up. He hasn't been practicing. I still think he's going to play, and I'm not worried about Jameis for a defense that's starting to come together. Give me the Saints minus the 4 against the Falcons. This over-under is 52. Saints are 7-2. 4-5 against the spread, and the Falcons are 3-6, 4-5 against the spread. Next one up is Pittsburgh. They're a 10.5-point favorite on the road at Jacksonville with the Baltimore Ravens game coming up on Thursday next week. Why do they care about winning this game by 11? I could see Pittsburgh being up about 10 all game, maybe 14, 17, Jacksonville with a late score, especially now at 10.5. That's the key. Anything over 10, this thing went up from 9.5 to 10, now up to 10.5. I'm taking Jags. A couple reasons why, more so than Pittsburgh just looking ahead. They always play down to their competition. We saw this a couple weeks ago with the Cowboys. And then in just a pure matchup point, they have been bad. This is a stat I saw in coverage the last couple weeks against the run. They've allowed over 180 yards rushing the last 3 weeks, and they've allowed the most yards per carry since week 7. In the Jags, in the 2 games with the new quarterback starting, Luton, the running back, James Robinson, has averaged 20 rushes and 100 yards. I don't think it's a great matchup, and I don't think it's a great spot for Pittsburgh. And if Jacksonville can stay close enough to be able to use the run game, I just see Pittsburgh thinking, let's win this game, get out of here. We don't want to get anybody hurt because the big game next week is the Ravens. We win that game, and we can absolutely lock that thing up. Because if Pittsburgh wins here, and then they go next week, they win. But I just don't if they win the game next week, even if they lose here, I don't think they're going to lose to the Jags, but I just think they're going to overlook them a little bit and something that they've done for a while. Browns-Eagles is the fourth game. The Browns are a 3-point favorite against the Eagles. The over-under in this game is 47.5. I would lean Cleveland in here, but I don't really have a strong play. I wouldn't play this game at anything over 3. I might wait to see if it gets down to 2.5 and then play it. I just think Cleveland's a little bit better, and we know what Cleveland is. That's kind of why I like Cleveland. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contending team or anything, but they're just going to come right at you and run the ball. And if Baker can make 1 or 2 plays, they have an okay enough defense to keep them in it. You can throw the ball against them, but the key is they try to take the ball away from you and just run the ball. So I would lean Cleveland, but no strong play there. Next game is Panthers and Lions. This one is Panthers -3 against the Lions, and the total is off the board in here. No real strong opinion in this game for me. So We don't know what the Panthers' quarterback situation is going to be. We don't even really know who would be starting. If so, they're going to be missing CMC, it looks like, again, too. So, this is a stay away for me. The 4-5 Lions are 4-5 against the spread. 3-7 Panthers are 5-5 against the spread. Next one up is Ravens-Titans. I like the Ravens in this spot. This game has moved down to 5. It's because Baltimore just hasn't really looked good lately. We can give them an excuse for the weather game against New England, and Tennessee's defense is atrocious. Tennessee secondary is awful. I think this is a get-right game for Baltimore to be able to throw the ball a little bit. I know Baltimore has the same situation with Pittsburgh coming up next week, but that game isn't really, is it big for them because it's Pittsburgh? Sure. Baltimore's just got to worry about winning games right now. You know, they're in a little bit of a different spot than Pittsburgh. Remember, this is a Tennessee team that beat them in the playoffs last year, so I don't think they're going to be overlooking Tennessee in any way, shape, or form. I'm expecting Baltimore to play really, really well in here. Give me the Ravens minus the 5 in here. And I think they get back on track passing the ball. We go to the Patriots, Texans. No real strong opinion in this one. Patriots are 4-5, 4-5 against the spread. Texans 2-7, 2-7 against the spread. I think Deshaun will move the ball, but I think they'll both be able to move the ball against one another. Houston's awful against the run, so the Patriots will try and do just that, run the ball down their throats. Miami at Denver would be the next game to discuss. This is Miami is a 3.5-point favorite on the road at Denver. We don't know who's going to be starting for Denver at quarterback yet, Locke or Ripien, so this might float up. I would love to play against the Dolphins because they're such a buzz-hot team. They're overvalued right now because they've won a bunch of games in a row and Tua's looked good. They're scoring with a ton of, I don't say luck, but defensive touchdowns that are unsustainable. You can have a very good defense and still not score as many touchdowns or get the kind of gifts that the defense and the special teams has been getting from for Miami recently. So I would lean Denver in here, especially if this goes up to 4.5. So keep an eye on this one the rest of the week, but don't have a strong play on it yet. Chargers-Jets. I mean, the Chargers are a 9.5-point favorite on the road. Or, excuse me, they're at home, but they are a 9.5-point favorite, and they're 2-7, 5-4 against the spread. The Jets are 0-9 now; they're 2-7 against the spread. The game previously we missed. Miami is 6-3 now, and they're 7-2 against the spread. And Denver is 3-6; they're 5-4 against the spread. I'd lean towards the Jets in this game. I would never like to give, this amount of points with the Chargers team that just has played close games every game forever. Are they ever in a game that's not separated by 1 point or by one possession? So I could never go the Chargers direction here with a 9.5 points. I would be on the Jet side, but this is not a play for me. Moving to Vikings, Cowboys. No real strong opinion here. Vikings -7. Cowboys over-under in this game is 47.5. Vikings are 4-5, 6-3 against the spread. Cowboys are 2-7, 1-8 against the spread. Maybe Andy Dalton's back, not sure, but no real strong opinion. I don't really love either of those teams a whole heck of a lot. Green Bay versus the Colts. Colts are a 1.5-point favorite, now maybe a 2-point favorite in some spots against the Packers. Over-under in this game is 51. I like the Colts more as a team. I think the Colts win this game. I don't really like it enough or have a strong enough opinion to play it. Green Bay, they don't look great, and this is probably one of the better defenses that they will play. So I'd lean the Colts side, but it's not a play for me. The Colts are just a team that overall I like a little bit, and a team I think they could win games like this against teams that are projected to be a little bit better than them. But the problem with this game is that the money has moved so much in the direction of the Colts that it's just a game that I wouldn't like to play, giving up 3 or 4 points already when you could have gotten a much, much better number earlier in the week. Last 2 games, Chiefs, Raiders, Sunday night. I love the Chiefs here. Andy Reid off the bye. Chiefs are 8-1, 6-3 against the spread. Vegas Raiders are 6-3, 6-3 against the spread. Vegas beat them the first time. They did a little victory lap over at Kansas City, which Kansas City has mentioned, and you could tell that they've been a little frustrated by that. And now they've had plenty of time to prepare for this Raiders team. I think Raiders have some issues with COVID. I'm expecting a massive game from Mahomes, and I think that the Chiefs will try to run this score up a little bit if they get. It's either going to be a back and forth high scoring game, or it's going to be a game where the Chiefs kick the crap out of them and run it up anyways. Give me the Chiefs. Now this one was lucky earlier in the week, was like 6.5. If you can find it in some spots, 7, but now it's moving up to 8 because of all the COVID stuff going on. So see the best number you can get on the Chiefs there. But again, I don't like anything. 7.5, 8 aren't numbers that I love. Earlier in the week was nice when it was at 6.5 before the COVID stuff came out. Now it's bumped up to up to 8 in a lot of spots. And in the Monday night game, it's the Rams at Tampa. Tampa is a 4-point favorite there against the Rams, over under 48.5. The Rams are 6-3, 5-4 against the spread. Tampa 7-3, 5-5 against the spread. I would lean Rams in this spot. I don't really have the strongest opinion, but the man who joins me in just a moment, Erik, does like this game. That's going to be one of the 4 games that he gives out. So Erik joins me for his plays following my recap. Here are mine. Jags plus the 10, Bengals plus the 1, best number you can get on the Bengals. Saints minus the 4, that's a good number right there to take. The Ravens minus the 5, and the Chiefs minus 7. I don't want to really go too much over that, but again, I think they're really going to beat them up. 6.5 was a great number earlier in the week if you were able to get that. Browns and Denver are a couple that I will be kind of waiting on the number to see what we can get. Erik, Top 21 Sports, joins me to talk his best bets for NFL Week 11.
Week 11 in the NFL. A regular guest here on That's What G Said. Erik, Top 21 Sports, joins me this week to give out some of his best bets for the week. And then we're going to talk about Thrive Fantasy, a little fantasy. It's a DFS betting a wagering site where you can play. Basically, you're playing props and building your lineup. So we're going to give you a couple of the props that we like a little after this. But first, we're going to give out a couple of the games that Erik likes for Week 11. Hey, buddy. Thanks for joining us again. We're going to talk NFL, but man, I know you're an NBA fan too. Crazy week in the NBA with all the transactions going on, the draft going on, trades, free agency is going to start on Friday. We're right in the middle of NFL, college, and we're only about a month away from the NBA starting back up.
This is the first time for a long time as a Piston fan I'm actually excited. I thought they hit it out of the park with what they did, and I mean they traded Kennard, which is great because I don't have to pay him now. And I mean, I definitely feel Weaver has a plan and he's building something. Unlike in years past, my fear was they're just kind of BSing their way through the draft. I definitely think Weaver has a plan, which is awesome to see.
Some hope is on the horizon. So let's talk about Week 11 NFL and your plays this week. There are 4 games that you like, and I'm on board with you on one of them. And the other 3, I'm definitely leaning that way in those games. Let's talk about the first one. You like the Jags. What number do you have the Jags at?
I just pulled up my bet online account, and they currently are up to 10.5 right now.
Yeah, that's great. That's what I was. 10 is perfect, but as soon as it clicked to 10.5, that was no doubt going to be one of my plays.
I love it. It's a great spot. I mean, Jags are playing better. Their offensive line is starting to mesh a lot, and I think Lawton is a better overall quarterback throwing the ball than Minshew is. He forces the ball downfield more, taking some big plays, and also important to remember, Steelers have the Ravens on a short week on Thanksgiving. And if they win that game, they have the North basically locked up unless some craziness happens. So they're going to be prepping for that game, and I expect them to not go all out, so to speak, and not push Claypool, Juju, their playmakers on the Johnson, their playmakers on the outside. Yep. I mean, I think this easily stays within inside the number of 10.5.
Yep, there's a cool stat I saw too. Pittsburgh's defense is very good, but recently they've been bad against the rush. In their last few games, they've allowed over 180 yards per rush the last 3 weeks, over 180 yards rushing the last 3 weeks, and they've allowed the most yards per carry since week 7. And on the other side, the Jags, in the 2 games now with Luton, Robinson has averaged 20 rushes and 100 yards. So, you put those together, you put it with a Pittsburgh team that, just like against the Cowboys a few weeks ago, they're always a team that plays down to lesser competition. With that Ravens game on the short week coming up, this is just hey, let's just try to win this game, get out of here, and not really make some noise.
Keep everyone healthy.
Yep, this is a bad spot. I'm with you, especially if you get anything above 10 is great. 10, now it's up to 10.5, which is even better. So that's one of your 4 plays. Where do we go for your next one?
Next one, they took it off the board just because they don't know about Drew Lock, but I really like the Broncos this week. The line opened up at 3.5. It's over the key number of 3. I'm waiting because if Ripken does go, that's going to be at least worth a point in my eyes, and I can get the 4.5. I have not been that impressed with Tua. He should have had 2 interceptions last week against the Cardinals. He put up a great numbers, but Cardinals they had a bunch of practice squad players in their DBs. They're winning because of defense and turnovers. Tua and the Chargers had 2 dropped INTs. There's been a lot of stuff going the Dolphins' way over the last 3 weeks. They have not been that great against the run, and I really expect this to be a run-heavy attack with Melvin Gordon and Phillip Lindsay pounding the rock. And Denver's always a hard place to play, especially for a rookie quarterback in that altitude.
Yeah, Miami is just a little overinflated and a little overhyped coming off of their recent wins. And the last couple of them, they've been scoring on defensive touchdowns. They've been getting real gifts, to them, and which has made it a lot easier on Tua. It's taken a lot of pressure off of him. That's something that's really hard to sustain. Is defensive touchdowns over and over and over again. You can have a good defense, but you're not going to score touchdowns like that repeatedly. So I would absolutely lean that way at anything over the 3.5. And I agree with you. I would wait a little bit because it's only going to go up. I think really either way, it's just going to go up. And if it's Ripien, it's going to be, another point, maybe even more. So people are going to jump on Miami late because everybody's loving Tua and they're loving playing them off this winning streak right now. I'm just going to keep trying to play against them because I think no matter what for the next few weeks, there's going to be overinflated numbers.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, if you watch the game, I've watched every single game. The first game, Tua did not throw to the right side of the field at all. The second game, I mean, like I said, practice squad players, there was a lot of bad throws. Everything was on the run too, and he seemed really wild to me. And this last game against the Chargers, he made 2 bad throws that should have been picks.
They dropped
and they weren't picks. And, I mean, the game got off script early because the very first possession, there's no rush, and the punter for the Chargers just bombled the ball.
Yeah.
Then there was that pick to Howard that gave him the short field. Like, everything just seems to be breaking for him, and that's eventually going to even out over the season.
Yep. And we move on to your third play of 4 in here, and you're going to head and play the 0-9 Jets, but I'm actually with you. It's just the time to play the Chargers is never when they're a big favorite like this at all, because they're always in a close game, no matter what. And so this is a situation where they could be winning big and the Jets could score late, but they don't seem the type of team to put anybody away ever. On the opposite side, I would not mind playing the Chargers against some of the better teams when they're an underdog because they can stay with you. They're not well coached. They make a lot of mistakes late. So yeah, tell us why some of the reasons you like the Jets here.
Chargers have an insane amount of talent and they're 2-7. They always, like you said, play to the level of their competition. And when they are winning, they always play not to lose. They go to more of a run base instead of letting Herbert be himself and like throw the ball, which he's actually a way better quarterback than I gave him credit to in my initial evaluation. And Lynn's kind of I think Lynn's a good coach, like in terms of developmenting and like scripting the first half of plays. But in a game, like you can't play not to lose. He's kind of building that habit of losing, which is really bad
100%.
for a young quarterback. And if you look at the Jets' schedule, they do not want to go 0-16. If you look at their remaining games, this is their only game they have remaining against a team with a losing record. And also, the last game against the Patriots with Flacco under center, that was the first game all year when they had all three of their wide receivers. Perryman at 5 for 101, 2 TDs, Mims 4 for 62, and Crowder 2 for 26. So they finally had all their weapons, and they looked pretty decent in that game. And it's 9.5 right now with minus 115 juice. I think this number, because when you play the bets, the number comes out, sharps hit it through the week, the Joe bettors hit it, and then like Saturday evening, Sunday is when the sharp money will come back in. So if you just want to wait for more public money to bet the Chargers, wait to get the 10, and then Friday afternoon, Saturday morning, that's when you lock it in at plus 10.
And then you're going to head to the Monday night game for your final play of the week.
I love the Rams in this spot. McVay's always been run-centric, and with them losing Vera, the Buccaneers, they're just not as good against the run. I expect them to pound the run. Defensively, the Bucs O-line I don't think is going to be able to stop Aaron Donald. I think Ramsey's actually going to check Godwin and shadow Godwin and travel into the slot a little bit more and force Brady to beat him on the outside where he doesn't have the arm streak that he has in the years past.
4 plays this week for Erik. Repeat them for us one more time for everybody.
Rams are right now sitting at 4. Like I said, I'm going to hopefully get a 4.5, but I'm happy with a 4. Hold out for the Jets plus the 10. Broncos 3.5 or higher. Jags 10.5 or higher.
eToff21 Sports. He is a great follow on Twitter, on Instagram, a podcast that comes out. I love the updates you do with just, like the quick hits every morning, 5-10 things that happen in the world of sports. Let the folks again out there know where can we follow you, social media?
On Twitter and Instagram at eToff21 Sports. Oh, on TikTok. I'm messing around on TikTok lately too.
Nice. There we go. Erik, thanks a lot for this, and we're going to talk Thrive Fantasy in just 1 second. So get to Thrive Fantasy, folks. Check out the app. Download Thrive Fantasy, and we're going to go over what the lineup will look like and some of the props that we like for this weekend. So you heard me talk about Thrive Fantasy for a while here, partner with That's What G Said podcast. So if you download Thrive Fantasy on your phone, and iPad, any of your devices, and if you're someone who wagers on the NFL, which I'd imagine you're listening to the NFL segment here, or you like to wager on any sports, really, they've got basketball, baseball, football. They've got golf stuff that comes up, League of Legends, really anything that's going on. They'll have big tournaments. And they have stuff from as little as $1 to enter. They give you free rolls all the way up to you can play in $1,000 head-to-heads. They have big contests every week. And Erik is going to talk about this week's contest with me. So it's an NFL Week 11 contest. It's a $25 entry fee to get in. What's cool is when you download the app and you use the promo code GINO, just GINO, if you deposit anything from 20 up to 50, you'll get an instant bonus right in your account. Takes just a couple minutes. So if you deposit 20, you'll get 20. If you deposit 50, you'll get 50, which is cool. Gives you the opportunity to place a couple entries in here. So, you deposit 50, use promo code GINO, you'll have $100 in there. You can play a few entries into this $25 contest with over $12,000 in prizes, $2,700 to the winner, and they actually pay all the way down to 130 spots. So the cool thing about this contest too, that there's just not millions of people that you're playing against. You're only playing against 500 or so other. You can put a couple entries in yourself, and what you're going to do is you're going to be picking 10 props out of 20 that they've selected. So Erik's going to give you 6. I think I've got like 8 or 9 that I've been looking at, but a couple maybe we'll look at injuries and what's going to happen in the next few days before I lock them in. And what happens in this, Erik, is, as you saw when you downloaded it, you get a point total for the over or for the under. We pick our props here, and you've got some props this weekend. So this is basically like, if you're someone who bets props, you can obviously look at the lines, see sort of where there's some inefficiencies here. And so this is probably something that you probably found a few right away.
Oh my God. I love this app. I'm definitely going to be playing. Like I downloaded it, and I have this little program I have where I spit out projections, and I just went through with what my projections came up with, and I started circling stuff. So I'm definitely going to have a lineup or two going this weekend.
So we'll go for your first play, and actually this is a play that I'm going to be right here with you as well. We're going to be both on Deshaun Watson. He's actually got a total in here of passing and rushing yards of 300 and 300.5, 300 and a half. So tell us a little bit why you like Watson in this spot.
The projection model I ran came out with 282 yards passing, 33 yards rushing. That obviously puts him well above the total. Pats are ranked 30th DOVA plus the pass. One thing I do is I always look at the last 4 games because that's a trend. So I look at the last 4 games, what the production is. The last 4 games production for Watson is 272 passing and 37.5 yards rushing. And just to show you what great numbers he's been putting up, that includes that shit show that was in Cleveland last Sunday when they could do nothing. So he is putting up numbers the last
even with
4
that
games.
Game including.
Yeah. And then at home, he is averaging 310.75 yards passing, 22.25 yards rushing. Every one of my numbers says that this is going to be a Watson heavy game, and this isn't the Pats defense as years past. And plus, this is a pure flat spot for that defense after they are able to hold Lamar Miller and that Ravens offense in check and only giving up 17 points to him.
Absolutely, too. One more thing to add to with Watson, if you're looking at a lot of websites where you'd be playing it, his line for passing yards, I think, was like 280 in some spots. So if you think he's going to get that or be close to that, with that being the line and just another 20 yards rushing, as you mentioned, this is not a Patriots D that's that great. They've played well the last couple of games, but that they've been a beneficiary of the bad weather in a few of these spots too. So I'm with you. This is definitely going to be one that I'm throwing in my lineup. One of the 10 that I'm selecting. Watson in the over with passing plus rushing yards, which is just 300.5. He's got to get to 301 to get you the win on that one. So number 2, you're going to head to Pittsburgh.
I like the James Conner prop. I have him projected at over 71.5 yards rushing, 21 yards receiving. That puts him well over the prop of total yards. Jags are 20th DOVA versus the rush. Plus, it's a positive game script. Like I talked about, I think Pittsburgh's going to sit on the ball a lot, run the ball a lot more. Jags are giving up 96.2 rushing yards a season and 47.9 yards receiving yards to backs the season. Last 4 games, 52 yards through the air receiving and 86.25 rushing. And Steelers, even if the game is tight, when the Steelers offense is clicking, they always filter the offense through the running back. I really think this is going to be a Connor type game and a bounce back because long term they need him to get going to compete with the top teams in the AFC, and I think this is the perfect game for them to do that.
Just a couple of the sites that I looked at, I mean, in just the most simple way possible, his total yards rushing and receiving was 94, 95, 94, like on the sites I was looking. So if that is just 94 and this one is 83.5, I'm looking at that, obviously, that thing that says, well, something's off a little bit here too. I'm completely in agreement with a lot of the reasons why, but in just the most basic sense, when the number is off that much, I'm definitely gonna look at that and say, wow, that's like 10 to 11 extra yards. Yeah, I'm going in the over there for Connor. Total rushing receiving yards, it's over 83.5. We're both on that one. So you're going to be heading to Tua for another one of your props.
Under 2.5 total touchdowns and interceptions. Tua's just averaging 1 TD a game. He has 0 INTs. And as crazy as this sounds, I'm more worried about him throwing 3 INTs and losing the prop that way, as opposed to him throwing 3 TDs. Denver is 12th best DOVA. On the season, they're giving up 1.6 TDs per game, 0.7 INTs. last 4, 1.75 TDs. So this defense is giving up some production, but I think they're going to be able to keep Tua in check. And for me, I know the first time I went to Denver and I had to do something athletically and play in a basketball tournament, I had such a hard time breathing.
Oh, yeah.
And I really think for Tua and this offense, which has been flying high, is really going to struggle.
We head to your fourth play, and this one is also going to be one that I'm going to be right there with you, and it's Clyde Edwards-Helaire under 63.5 rushing yards. I'm with you here. I think the Chiefs are going to be throwing the ball a lot here on a banged up Raiders team, and I don't know, this number just feels a little bit high to me.
So something to remember is with Edwards-Helaire, he's better on the edges. He can't really run in between the tackles. Both tackles, Schwartz and Fisher, for the Chiefs are hurt. So they're going to have backup tackles on the outside. So that's something important to remember. Last 4 games, Edwards-Helaire, 60.5 yards rushing. And I know he has good numbers on this year, but the 2 bottom teams in DOVA against the run have been the Bills and the Texans. If you take them out, Edwards-Helaire's numbers are not that good. He's only averaging 31.88 yards rushing if you take those 2 games out where he played the subpar defenses. And I just feel like you said, they're going to be passing the ball a lot more. Plus now you factor in Le'Veon Bell. Last time they played, he only had 40 yards. I'm not seeing anything where this says they're going to pound the ball with Helaire, especially with all the news that the Raiders are missing all these defensive guys.
One I'm going to mention too is I'm going to go to Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's number is 300.5 total passing yards. I'm going to go under on that. Just looking at a bunch of different sites, everything I saw for him was in the 280 to 290 range, like 286.5. So to me, that's enough of a difference there to make Matt Ryan someone that I'm definitely going to be taking a look at. I'll mention one more before we get to your fifth one. Now this one is in a game. This one you have to make sure to keep an eye on because Patrick Mahomes is a prop that's off the board in a lot of spots. The Patrick Mahomes passing, because there's a lot of stuff going on with the Raiders and COVID. They've had another kind of instance where they have a few players that could be missing. So keep an eye on that one because especially if they're missing a player or two, I just off the bye and with what had happened with the Raiders doing the victory laps after winning, I got a feeling that Kansas City is going to try to really run this thing up or at least continue scoring and go. Even if the Raiders are in the game, it's going to be back and forth. If not, I think KC is going to run it up. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Mahomes have a monster game. Keep an eye on that one, but keep an eye on that game because there's going to be a lot of things happening there. Let's get to your fifth of sixth. You're going to go to Tannehill.
Yep, I think this is a huge revenge spot for the Ravens after what happened in the playoffs. So I'm going to be taking Ryan Tannehill and the under on the touchdowns. I believe that is
1.5, right?
1.5. Yep. I just really don't see him airing it out and being able against that secondary that the Ravens have.
And when they're close, he can run. He'll run one in, or they run the ball in. I agree with you. It's breaking a long one is the best opportunity here, and this is just passing touchdowns too. So he's got to hit 2 for you to lose.
Plus, Taylor Lewan's out since Lewan is out, and the rookie Wilson they drafted from Georgia is out. Jonnu Smith isn't even running any routes anymore. He's staying in the block so that their best tight end isn't even doing pass routes right now. They're basically just running out there with Davis and A.J. Brown. And I really don't think either one of those guys is going to be able to take Peters or Humphreys on the outside. If they score, it's going to be a Derrick Henry touchdown.
Couple numbers that I'll be looking at too before we get to your final one, which is actually one that we also share. So we have 3 or 4 in common here. I'm looking at Terry McLaurin. I might go slightly under. I think he could easily go over the 82.5, but his number all over the place is more in the low to mid 70s. That's another one that I found that seemed a little bit off. Same thing with Keenan Allen. And another thing, keep in mind in situations like this, in props, in games when you're making lineups like this, a lot of people don't like choosing unders in things, period.
Everybody likes to go over. If you just play under in basically everything, a lot of the time you're going to win because of injuries and things that happen. But so keep in mind, anytime something is close, if you want to go a little under, it's probably better because especially the way things have been this year, everything seems to be bumped a little higher. So McLaren, 74.5 is what I saw in a lot of places. So I'm willing to go under the 82.5 there. I'm also looking at Keenan Allen under. Keenan Allen is similar. He was around 80. He's 84.5 on Thrive Fantasy. I saw him around 70 in a lot of places, so I would go under there also. And then my last one, just to keep an eye on because he's banged up, is Camara. If he's someone that's banged up and he's going to get in for a little, he may be used in the passing game a little bit more. They can have Murray, and they don't necessarily have to run him a ton. So this would be one I keep an eye on because it's I think 59.5. So monitor him the rest of the week. This might be an interesting one. Initially, I wanted to go over. I figured, that would be get the game plan with Jameson there. Try to just keep the mistakes to a minimum. Let him throw it out a little bit here, and feed Camara. Now, if he's banged up, it might be opposite. You might want to take a look at the under there. So those are a couple more that I've been looking at. You want to monitor everything over the next few days, and then the final one that you have, your sixth, Erik, is one that we both share. Tell us a little bit about Nick Chubb.
I love Nick Chubb. I think if he didn't get hurt, he would run away with the rushing title. I love him. How Stefanski is calling the plays. They really don't want Mayfield to pass more than 20 times a game.
Yep.
They're just going to be running that zone read. Eagles are not that good against the run. They're averaging giving up at least one touchdown a game. And the Chubb, in games Chubb plays, he leads them in red zone carries, excuse me.
I'm with you on Chubb here. If you just look at a lot of Chubb's totals too, he just has high totals. Touchdowns are sometimes a little fluky and a little hard to project. You have things that happen, but he's always in like the 80 range, of like total yard. He's just a guy that is going to get a lot of touches. Like you said, this is going to be his second week back. He's going to feel like he's going to be a lot healthier. And he pissed off a lot of people with the move that he made last week, when he went down, but that's the smart move. That's a move that in past years, or that's something that like maybe one of your team, you might see someone on your team, the Lions, who love to blow leads, go in and score a touchdown and somehow end up losing that game, right?
Oh my God, for sure. I mean, for sure.
That feels like something that can happen.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I could totally see Adrian Peterson doing that.
Yeah. So great job by Chubb, and I'm with you on that one. So for Erik, some of the ones that he was looking at, Watson, which would be over the 300.5 total yards, passing and rushing yards. James Conner would be over 83.5 total yards here. Tua would be under 2.5 passing touchdowns and interceptions. Clyde Edwards-Helaire under 63.5 rushing yards. Tannehill under 1.5 passing touchdowns, and Nick Chubb over 0.5 rushing touchdowns. You only need to get the one rushing touchdown there to get that one locked up. So, Erik, look forward to playing in some matchups this weekend with you in Thrive Fantasy. Thanks for doing this. I'm going to have a little earlier show this week, next week because of the holiday, but in a couple weeks we'll have you back and we'll do a real long NFL. That'll already be week 13. Damn, that's crazy to think about. We'll go through all the games and talk some fantasy and do a little everything, man. Thanks again so much, and give everybody your plugs one more time.
You can find me at etoff21sports21 on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. I also have a website, etoff21sports. I have like a little blog. I wrote about the Bucks trade and stuff like there.
You power rankings and stuff on there and stuff. Yep. I've checked it out. It's always good stuff, man. Erik, thanks again, and you have a great weekend.
Thanks, you too.
Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with much more on That's What G Said.
Big thanks to Erik for coming on, talking some NFL with us and some Thrive Fantasy. Now it is time for us to get into some horse racing for the weekend. Let's talk a little bit about the Stable Duel schedule for this weekend and what's going on in Stable Duel Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Stable Duel, those daily horse racing contests you can get involved in this weekend. There's a free roll. Yes, they have a free roll on Saturday. So you've probably heard commercials and ads about Stable Duel on my show for a while now. You've seen me tweet about it and post on Facebook. Maybe you haven't had a lot of money, you haven't had the opportunity, maybe there weren't tracks or contests that you were interested in. Well, now, no excuses, folks. I want to see you all get in the Stable Duel contest on Saturday at Del Mar for sure. It's a free ride. Saturday, a free ride. So let's get to Friday first, and then we'll go through all the contests for the weekend. Friday, for $5, you can get involved in a contest at Laurel Park. For $10 at Del Mar, there is a contest with a $250 Beat the Pro bonus. There's also a $50 Top 10 at Del Mar and a $25 Penn National double up. You can play at Laurel, at Del Mar, or at Penn National. You can play for as little as $5 all the way up to $50 on Friday. 3 different opportunities at 3 different tracks with 4 different contests. On Saturday, that Del Mar free ride is one that will have a lot of people playing, and it gives you the opportunity to maybe test out a new strategy, or if you've never played, this is the perfect chance. See what all the hubbub is about. What is everybody talking about with Stable Duel? Check it out with the Del Mar free ride contest on Saturday. You can also play at Laurel for $10. You can play at Woodbine for $50 in a top 10 contest. And then at Del Mar, there's a $100 triple up, which means if you finish in the top 40%, you're going to turn the $100 into $300. There's also a $500 bonus to the winner of that contest. So if you win that thing, you're playing for big money there. And then the Del Mar free ride, Saturday, $10 at Laurel, $50 at Woodbine, $100 for Del Mar, and a Del Mar free ride. Then on Sunday, you can play in the Woodbine triple up. That's a $25 contest. Over at Del Mar, you can play in the $10 contest or the $50 Del Mar Top 5. So they're Del Mar contests for you. 2 options all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. There's Laurel Park on Friday, Saturday. There's Penn National on Friday. You've got Woodbine on Saturday and on Sunday. Multiple tracks, multiple contests, Stable Duel. Tons of action, tons of opportunity all weekend long. And the next 3 tracks we're going to talk about for Friday, Del Mar, for Saturday, Woodbine, for Saturday, Del Mar, all of them have Stable Duel contests. So all of the stuff you're going to hear coming up now is going to be relevant to putting these horses in your lineup, to using them, in your with your entries, and to making sure that these are horses that you're using. These are horses to keep an eye on. I think a lot of them, when you're playing Stable Duel 2, you're going to be looking at horses you think will be getting bet down. So a lot of times, if you think there's a little something off in the morning line, remember, that's all the Stable Duel salary cap building is based off of your morning line. So you're looking for horses who you think are going to get bet down. So at Del Mar on Friday in the opening race, it's a chalk. I don't ever really give out chalk horses, right? So I just think this is probably a horse to single in some of your early exotics. I Belong to Becky, who's going 3rd starter of the current form cycle, who is going to drop in class from 25, and it was coming out of a pretty tough little race. This is a horse who has speed. I Belong to Becky. He can sit just off, and I think he's going to get a great, great trip in here. So to me, I'll pay up in Stable Duel in race 1 at Del Mar. This is a horse who I'm going to single in the early pick 5 at Del Mar, and I think it is an exotic single for you right off the bat. The number 3, I Belong to Becky. We move along to race number 2. I'm looking at the 3 again. It's just all about the 3 here in the first couple races for me at Del Mar on Friday. For me, the 3, Mr. Vargas. Let's look at his last couple races, right? Grade 3 winner in the Green Flash, couple starts back, but 3 starts back for him is all the way back in August of 2019. He was in the Eddie D the last 2 times we saw him. What does that mean? Yeah, he was separated by a year. He hadn't raced for an entire year. We can make legitimate excuses for him in both of those Eddie Ds, right? One of them sent him to the bench for the year. The other one was coming off of a year-long layoff in a race that you have to figure he really needed against top-level company. He was 15-1, and he was bumped around at the start. He ended up actually moving in between horses. He moved all the way up to second, and he was chasing lone speed. He ran deceivingly well, and then he ends up backing up. He's tired. So he was one of the only horses who ended up trying to take a shot at the lone speed of Big Runner. I think he's going to get a great trip in here. He's going to sit second. Mr. Vargas should get bet down a little bit. Anything around 7-2 seems fair. And if you're playing Stable Duel, he would be 5,000 to throw in your Stable Duel lineup. That's the number 3, Mr. Vargas, Del Mar, race 2 on Friday. Make sure to throw him in all of your exotics, and we're going to bet him to win if we can get around 7-2 or so on Mr. Vargas. In the third race, I told you 3, right? We're going to go back to the 3, but we're also going to use the 4 Zestful in pick 5s and in exotics. Probably won't play either of them to win, but these are 2 horses that, you look at Potonico, he went longer last time out, and it was against tougher. If the outside 2 horses show a little bit of speed, he should sit a perfect trip and tuck in right behind the 2 of them. King of Speed from the outside has shown more speed lately, and he might be quicker than Zestful. I actually think Zestful is a little bit quicker, but I'm not sure. And it wouldn't be a shock to see King of Speed get in front, but I do think they're not too far away from each other. So I'm actually thinking they ended up pushing each other, and Potonico sits the great trip in here. I'll use 3, 4. If you're playing the early pick 5, I'm okay playing against King of Speed. And if you're playing Stable Duel on Friday, since there's only 8 races, you're actually going to need to double up in a couple different races. This is a race where I'll end up doubling up. It's going to cost you quite a bit to do so, but since it's a small field, you should be able to get a couple horses that should pick up some nice points for you. So I'll be using the 3 Potonico and the 4 Zestful in the pick 5s. I'll be using them both in my Stable Duel lineups in the third. Let's go to race number 4 here. I'm going to the number 5 Unbreakable. Damn it. Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. You know what I'm talking about, right? Unbreakable, the number 5. My son loves that intro. He loves the song. He likes entrance songs for things. Cheers, Doogie Howser, and Friends, and Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt are some of his favorites that he perks up when he hears the theme song for them. The number 5 Unbreakable comes off of a race where she finished 3rd last time out. She actually, let's go through her trip. She had a good start. She was close up. She was sitting inside, 3rd, 4th, maybe 2 or 3 lengths off of it. She moved nicely inside. She was traveling really well, but she was right up on the heels of a tiring rival with absolutely nowhere to go. She lost all momentum. She had to back out of it, and she tried to angle around, but still had no room, then had to duck back to the inside, finally got room late, and showed some good late energy to finish 3rd. She had just a brutal trip. If she's anything over 3-1, I'm betting her to win. Unbreakable, the number 5 in race number 4. 3-1 or so will make a win wager. And what's nice is I feel like she will get bet down a little bit because she had the trouble trip there. So if you can, lock her in Stable Duel, you're able to lock her in for 6,500. She would probably end up going off a little bit shorter. So let's throw the 5 Unbreakable into our Stable Duel lineups, and we'll make a win wager on her if we can get anything around 3-1. One more play for you at Del Mar on Friday, and we're going to move to race number 6 for the Del Mar play. I'm looking at the number 8 in here as a big long shot who I think should be more like 8-10-1, like even in the 6-1 range. This horse is 20-1 on the morning line. Looking at the 8 Mysterious Stones. So he is facing first level allowance Calbred Company here. What's nice is he's a multiple winner in this spot, and you have some horses in here who aren't necessarily win machines, and a couple with just the one career victory. This is a horse who's coming into a new barn, a barn who is very good with new acquisitions. They're a little cold recently, but they've been a little bit unlucky. Their horses are still running just more minor awards than winning, talking about Phil D'Amato barn. So we've got a horse who's coming into a barn who's good first with new acquisitions, or who's good just taking over in general. This is a horse who's coming out of open company races, has been facing, was in the El Camino Real Derby a couple starts back, was really overmatched there, but just facing open company throughout most of his career. Now he's going to be facing Calbreds. He's also a 3-time winner, and if you look at his turf starts, this is a horse who is immediately coming into a new barn and then moving to the grass going a mile. So his turf debut, he's behind a No Dior, who's a multiple graded stakes place horses, and there were 4 next out winners that day. His second start on the turf, he broke really, really well, went right to the lead and crushed a group. I think his turf form is sneaky good in here, and I love when a barn gets a horse and they do something that you haven't seen him do in a while. Right off the bat, they say, we're going to go to grass with this horse, and Hernandez jumps aboard. Let's use the 8 Mysterious Stones in all of our exotics. If we can get over 10-1, I'm going to make a win wager on him. He's definitely going to be in my Stable Duel lineups. And what's nice about a horse like this is he costs you $250 using him in Stable Duel. you can really open up in the other races, and you can use other horses that, you might not be able to afford because of a horse like this, Mysterious Stones, at just $250. So Del Mar Friday, the first race, the number 3, I Belong to Becky, an exotic single, and someone in a stable duel for $9,400. In the second race, the number 3, Mr. Vargas, I'll make a win wager at around 7-2. Stable duel cost you $5,000. In the third race, we're going to use the 3 and the 4 in exotics. Those two would be $8,500 and $8,000. The fourth race, Unbreakable, win wager at around 3-1. That one would cost you $6,500 if you're playing stable duel. And then the sixth race, the number 8, Mysterious Stones, could be a big long shot for some of your late exotics. Anything over 10-1, let's make a win wager. And this one would barely cost you anything to use in stable duel, just $250. So that is Del Mar for Friday. Let's make the transition over to Woodbine for Saturday. Big day up at Woodbine on Saturday with a couple graded stakes races on tap and a couple options for you over at Stable Duel, with Del Mar on Saturday, and then with Woodbine on Saturday, the opportunity to play into a Woodbine contest. So let's talk about our best bets. We'll talk value lines, what we need. In race number 3, it's going to be the number 5 for me, AV Samurai, at around 5-1. I'll make a win wager on this one. Okay, it's a small field of 6. There are 5 opponents for AV, right? 4 of them exit races at 1.25 miles. The other one at 1 1/16. There is no proven speed in this race at this distance. I think this is a horse who's going to send hard, exiting 7 furlong races. Anything around 5-1 will make a win wager on the number 5. And this is a horse who would only cost you $3,000 in stable duel off of that morning line price. Let's move to race number 7, the number 6, Ishiaya. 7-2 is the price that I would want on this one to be able to make a win wager. You're getting back to the synthetic on a horse who should sit maybe 4th or 5th behind some of the speeds drawn to the outside. A repeat of that October 17th race would have her right there. Cost you $6,000 in your stable duel lineup. The number 6 will make a win wager anything around 7-2 in race number 7. In the 8th race, the number 3, Memba Island. Yeah, she might be a little bit cheap. He might be a little bit cheap. I'm just not sure how good he is or who he's defeated, but he's looked good doing it, and he's honest. If you toss the turf race, if you toss the debut race sprinting, he's a little low on his numbers and his figures, but at an 8-1 or so, that's fine. That's built into the price. It only cost you $1,000 to use on your stable duel lineup, and I'm expecting him to run a big one in here. The number 3 in race number 8 will make a win wager if we can get anything around 8-1. You need a little value on him though, because he will have to step up, and his figures might be a little bit low because he just hasn't been facing as tough. And a lot of times you face a better group like this, you're forced to run faster in order to win. So I think he can jump up. In the 9th race, the number 4, Silent Poet. It looks like an exotic single here. This one would cost you $9,000 in stable duel, but not a horse I would play to win. Maybe a horse I would single in some of your late exotics, because who goes with him early? This is the one to catch. And you look at first glance, right? Maybe he doesn't look as good on the synthetic, but take a deeper look. He has 4 races on the synthetic. He broke his maiden on the synthetic at 5 furlongs. The last 3 times he was on the synthetic, they were races going 1.25 miles, 7 furlongs, and 1 1/16. This is a little bit different, going 6 in a race where he should be long gone early. Silent Poet, late exotic single. And in the 10th race, it would be hard for me to get really outside the box here. It looks like the 3, Painting, who is going to be 2-1 on the morning line, and then the 5, Amalfi Coast. They feel like they really should get a great trip in this spot. So I'll use both of them in late exotics. I'll, use a combination of them in stable duel lineups. I'll probably throw a couple lineups in. I'll probably have one with each one of them. But those will be 2 that I use in some of the late exotics. I won't let either of them beat me. Probably won't go any deeper, though, than 3 and 5 with speed to set up for both of them coming from off the pace. What happened last time was Amalfi Coast just got a better trip and was able to save ground and move through the inside, whereas Painting broke poorly from the rail, was coming from back, was in some traffic. By the time that one got going, it was just too late. Different trips would have Painting right there, so we'll use the 2 of them, the 3 and the 5. Woodbine Saturday, 3rd race, the number 5, AV Samurai, anything around 5-1 will make a win wager. 7th race, the number 6, Ishiaya, anything around 7-2 will make a win wager. 8th race, the number 3, Mamba Island, anything around 8-1 or so, make a win wager. In the 9th race, the number 4 Silent Poet, more of an exotics late single. And in the 10th race, we'll use the 3 and the 5 in some of those late exotics. Make sure to throw all of those horses into your Woodbine Saturday stable duel lineups. We head over to Del Mar for our Saturday Del Mar plays. 4 plays for you at Del Mar on Saturday. In the first race, it's going to be the number 3 Portando. The race shape was against him last time out. He was chasing lone speed. The runner-up came back to win an optional 40 next out. There's lots more speed in this race to set it up. This is second time new barn, second off the short break. Anything around 3-1. Let's make a win wager on Portando. Throw him into all of your early exotics. Make sure you use him in your stable duel lineup. He'll cost you $6,500 to include. In race number 2, I'm going to use the filly facing the boys in here. I mean, she looks like the speed of the speed. Why not? Anything around 3-1, she should have a couple lengths on the field. I think the plan has to be send hard. If she gets bet down a little bit in here because of lone speed, that's a great scenario for you having her in your stable dual lineup. Small field, she has a couple lengths on them. Let's go with the 2 Stellar Sound, trying to get out of the gate and get a little separation early. She'd cost you $5,000 in your stable dual lineup. 3-1, I'll make a win wager on her. In the 6th race at Del Mar on Saturday, I'm talking about the number 1, Leia Marie, who anything around 5-2 feels fair on her. Initially, the rail was bothering me, and the more I look at this field, I think she has enough tactical speed to get away from the gate and secure a good spot from the inside. Let a couple horses to the outside go that'll probably naturally a little bit quicker. She's cutting back from a mile. 6 furlongs, it will be no problem. I love the horses that cut back from the mile and a 16th to the 6, 6.5, 7, mainly the 6.5 and 7. There's a lot of horses that, that find 6 okay. They find 6.5 and 7 furlongs a little too far. So the number 1, Leia Marie at around 5-2. Final horse racing play of the weekend. Leia Marie would cost you $7,000 in your stable dual lineup, so throw her in there. 8th race, Del Mar Saturday. The number 6 should be illegal. Anything around 7-2, I'll make a win wager on this one. He had a good start in his last race. He was right on top. He ended up choosing to sit second. He was in the 2 path. He moved in between horses with a couple outside of him, so he's 2 deep of 4. Early move at the leader. He ended up opening up a length, and he just tired. He had every right to tire. That was his first start since November of 2019. He was facing open company. I like the number 6 should be illegal. Anything over 7-2, we'll make a win wager. Throw them into your stable dual lineups. $6,000 off of your salary cap there. Del Mar Saturday, 4 plays. First, the number 3, Portando. Anything around 3-1, that's the value line. We don't want shorter for a win wager. Second race, the number 2, Stellar Sound. Anything around 3-1. 6th race, the number 1, Leia Marie. Anything around 5-2. And the 8th race, the number 6, should be illegal. 7-2 is the line for that one. Okay. That does it for our horse racing talk for Friday and for Saturday. But we got to talk a little more horse racing here. And we're going to talk about oldsmokeclothing.com. There are so few places out there where you can get quality horse racing t-shirts, hats, hoodies, jackets, tank tops, long sleeves. I'm talking custom designs with whatever names, slogans you want. Or you can check out their collection of Tis the Law, Midnight Bisou, Authentic, She Dares the Devil. How about the Secretariat collection, the Kentucky Derby collection? This is a one-stop shop for horse racing fans with the holiday season coming up. If your friend, your mom, your dad, brother, sister, anyone you know is into horse racing, you can find them some really cool stuff here that you just won't be able to find them many other places or walking into a store. oldsmokeclothing.com, and we can give you a little bonus because you're listeners of That's What G Said. Promo code GINO will get you free shipping on your order. Yes, free shipping on your order when you use the promo code GINO. They have a real cool clubhouse set up there, which is a quarterly package that gets sent to you once you are a member. And when you pay for the clubhouse, you get all sorts of unique memorabilia sent to you once each quarter, so 4 times a year, different things that are only for the members. You get exclusive deals. I got Old Smoke GinoClothing.com, and that promo code GINO gets you free shipping on your order. We move along on this just packed episode. And the next thing we're going to be discussing is wrestling. Chad Cooper, Koopaloop, joins, and we really go around the world in wrestling. First up, it's a Survivor Series preview. Survivor Series 2020 for WWE is coming up this weekend. So we go through the card. It's just a short card. There's only 6 matches on paper. A couple really intriguing ones, though. I love what they've been doing with Roman and with Drew, and so I'm pumped for that main event there. And we're also going to talk about AEW Dynamite, recap the Wednesday episode, and then talk about everything going on in the world of AEW. Some quick thoughts on NXT. Chad Cooper talking wrestling on That's What G Said. It's been a little while since we've done a State of Wrestling segment here on That's What G Said. And normally when we do these, we'd have our good friend Chad Cooper on to join us. But Chad, I mean, I'm sure something you experienced too, man, with the way everything got shifted in the pandemic this year and the way that the sports schedules were from that September, October period. There was so much going on once football and college football started. We were still NBA going on. There was still baseball going on. There was big golf tournaments here and there. I mean, it was pretty crazy. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to talk as much wrestling as wrestling crazy fans like you and I would want, but now we get a chance to. How's the last couple months been for you, buddy?
You know, it's good. Living the dream, or trying to, nonetheless. But, picking and choosing my battles, being positive about a lot of things in life. And slowly but surely, I think we're seeing a finish line somewhere.
I think so, too. And I'm getting a little bit of positivity as we transition into wrestling because, like anything, wrestling is cyclical, and I think so many people forget that, we love every sport. We watch, play fantasy, bet on them, cover them, but they all have an off season, and wrestling never does. So it would be impossible to be up all the time, to be hot all the time when there's ebbs and flows, and particularly right now, not really fans. The WWE's done a pretty darn good job, I think, with the transition into the Thunderdome. It feels a lot better than it did the first couple months when they didn't really have anything and it was just completely empty arena. AEW's done a pretty good job because they've had some limited fans in capacity too. So I feel like this week heading into Survivor Series, we'll start with WWE first. We're going to talk and preview Survivor Series, and then we'll get over to AEW. It feels like the programming, Chad, just coming off of like SmackDown last week. I think SmackDown's been pretty good consistently for a while. And then Raw feels like it came off of a really good show. So I feel a lot better heading into Survivor Series right now than I might have 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, you hit the nail right on the head. I think it's been a little clunky here and there. I think once they got their footing with this Thunderdome idea, which is only the WWE can pull that off. That is just amazing what they've been able to do here over the last month or so since they created that idea and able to get an arena to put that in. It just seemed like yesterday we were talking about WrestleMania. We were previewing WrestleMania.
Yeah, we were.
With fans, right? And we think, it's going to be, But as we fast forward into this, as we get ready to start pushing for a Mania season, this is kind of the pre-kickoff,
Yep.
As we get close to the Royal Rumble. But they've done a tremendous job in a hot Raw. SmackDown has been the show. I don't care what Vince says, and I don't care what others says. SmackDown has been the better of the two shows for quite some time, and I think it has come together for this pay-per-view on Sunday.
Yeah, and we'll preview. What's nice is, the one thing about Survivor Series, what's nice is there's a match that feels big now. I think when Drew went to SmackDown on Friday last week and he stood in the ring across from Roman, I didn't realize how excited I would be for that match. It was one of those where they stood across from each other and Roman looked at, and Drew looks at Roman and you go, wow, you know what? he sort of feels like he belongs in the ring with him. And I think that is a testament and applaud to WWE in what a good job they've done with Drew. A few weeks ago, we might have thought, why did they lose the title? But I think they figured out, you know what, this is the big money feud. I probably don't think we see, I guess we'll start with that match because I'm talking about it right now. I don't know if we see a definitive finish here, but I'm really pumped for what I'm assuming to be the main event. I don't know, maybe they'll put the one of the elimination matches, the men's one or something at the end. But the main event to me is Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre, and you have all these variables too with, you know, the Miz with the Money in the Bank and Morrison hanging around with him, the Fiend interrupting things, Orton interrupting things, Usos now, you know, aligned with Roman. I'm pumped for this, and I think this might be the main event for WrestleMania this year. This might be like a little tease for it.
Yeah, it's look, I love Randy Orton, one of my all-time favorites from the beginning since I've started watching wrestling as a kid up until now. You know, I was excited when Orton won the title, but I thought, okay, it's kind of odd to take it off of Drew now. But they did the right thing, and I think it's the right moment to do it.
Yes.
If he would have won the title a couple of weeks ago, yeah, sure, it was like, he won the title on free TV this past Monday night. I thought it was a great match. He handed the baton back over to Drew, and when Drew got the sword from Sheamus, I said, okay.
That was great.
We've got a title change here, and you said it best. We have a lot of variables going into that match, and hopefully
even Sheamus. I didn't even throw him in the mix. You're right,
yeah,
and I hope they sometimes they go real quick with these. I would love to see these guys be buddies for a little while. Hell, give me a Sheamus and Drew versus Roman and Uso.
Sure.
You know, like little feud for a bit, even, you know, for a pay-per-view or something. I would love that. And then down the line, maybe at the Rumble, we get the turn and then we get Sheamus versus Drew there. Give them a month, 2 months, who knows, even a little while. Because these guys are buddies. They like each other. You could tell. And it brings a little something more out of both of them. I think let this go a little while longer. I always like when they let good buddies work together. And I'm glad you mentioned Sheamus there because that was cool. That was just like a little small something that we need to, as Drew continues, they've done a great job with him, but we still need to continue to find out more about Drew, right? We need to get more layers to him, like what they've started to do with Roman. And the Roman stuff has just been amazing. The tribal chief. This really does feel like sort of when Rocky Maivia turned to The Rock, almost. Sure. You know, like what we've been waiting for forever, and they finally did it. This feels like such a great version of Roman Reigns.
Yeah, and they've done amazing with Roman. I think Drew winning the title at Mania was the right thing, and getting the belt back, heading into Survivor Series. I don't know what the plan is for the ending of this match. I don't know if it'll be squirrely. I don't know if one goes over the other. I don't think it hurts Drew.
Me neither.
If he takes a loss here, because I think, you know, you have a lot of outside variables. So this is the beginning building blocks of what could be the massive feud of two big physical guys with belts on top of the chains of their brands, on top of wrestling, so to speak. And, Mania would be perfect for these guys. But this is going to be a great match on Sunday.
Yeah, and you hit a perfect thing too, right? Orton was having a really good year, and I had nothing. And Orton was rejuvenated. You could tell throughout most of the year, and I have nothing against this run that Orton was on. But it felt like, from a timing perspective, you've got this guy Drew, you've got this guy Roman, who are sort of in like the best versions that we've ever seen of them in WWE. So this is a great moment to start a feud with these two, and hopefully it can go for a while down the line. I'm really, really pumped for this match. And we have a couple of the other matches on the card that are the champions of Raw versus the champion of SmackDown type matches. But overall, the one thing I love the Survivor Series. I love the elimination matches. I'm very nostalgic for it. I love going back and watching the old ones. I just think one thing just feels like it's missing, Chad, is it feels like there would be a very easy way to just add a little bit of stakes to some of these matches to make them a little more important to the people watching and make you care a little bit more. I mean, how simple would it be to just have a men's elimination, a women's elimination, a tag elimination, and the sole survivors get a title shot for that brand. I mean, plain and simple. It would be very easy. You could even have a WWE title level elimination, and then like a mid-card level with like the IC title contenders and the US title contenders, and then a tag, and then a win, and then just give them some added incentive into the Royal Rumble. Just a little bit of something, because I like these. They're fun, but when it feels like it's just, okay, it doesn't really matter what happens at the end, I think a lot of fans don't get as into Survivor Series as we used to.
No. I remember, 87, I believe, was the first one, Thanksgiving night. I believe it was in Ohio. I remember watching it. They had 5 or 6 matches. They were all Survivor Series type matches. You had Team Andre versus Team Hulk, and you had
those 20-man tag team were so cool. Amazing. The whole ring. This was all over the ring.
Yeah, this was the first time ever, and they got away from that. Because if you think about Survivor Series for just a second, the top moments for Survivor Series are not the traditional Survivor Series matches, what this pay-per-view was all about. Of course, you have the Montreal Screwjob, the Survivor Series, and of course, Undertaker, which, we're celebrating 30 years. His debut was at Survivor Series.
The Gobbledygooker.
One of my all-time favorites. HBK returned. They had an elimination chamber match. I believe the first one.
Yeah.
In 2002? And HBK comes back and wins. So if you look at
like a lot of really cool things throughout the years,
but they never were those Survivor Series matches. They always was a title match. You had a Sting debut. I think the Shield debut finally. They came in and beat up Cena and Kane and maybe CM Punk. Anyway, these matches, the winners mean nothing. The losers mean nothing. It's sort of kind of stuck in there. They're going to be kind of hunky-dory type matches. We may get a spot or two in each match. You only have 2 matches, right? You have a men's and a women's. So, the women's is always probably better than the men's. And right now,
we only have 3 women on the SmackDown side. And they've been a little snake bitten, unfortunately. We'll start with the women's match. On Raw side, it's Nia and Shayna, and it was supposed to be Lana, who is still on the team, and then Mandy and Dana. Unfortunately, Mandy had an injury, so then they did an angle so that way Dana is off also, since they're a tag team. So they replaced them with Lacey Evans and Peyton Royce. Nia and Shayna have been doing this gimmick where they're just smashing Lana through a table every week. 7 or 8 times she's been put through tables now. Poor Lana is just getting crushed. And then on the SmackDown side, we only know 3 of them so far, just Bianca Belair, Ruby Riott, and Liv Morgan. And I know Chelsea Green, and unfortunately she has been unlucky. Every time she's about to get a big break and about to get a big push, she was supposed to be a part of the SmackDown team, and then she had an injury.
She was, yeah. Going on the Raw side for a second, I love Lacey Evans. I love that gimmick. I love the character. Peyton Royce, you break up the Iconics, right? And what do you do with Peyton Royce? You kind of put her in a team with Lacey Evans.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay. So they're on Team Raw, and then you have, like you mentioned, Bianca, Ruby, and Liv, and Chelsea Green was supposed to be on there, and now it's like we've got to put 2 on, from Friday night. We know Natty and Natalia's probably going to get a spot. Who else is left? I mean, Carmella.
Maybe Bailey.
Maybe Bailey. I don't think Carmella, because they've kind of been, she's kind of got the old Scarlet gimmick, so I think she's kind of a loner. Maybe Billie Kay to put her in there against Peyton Royce. I don't know. So that match just seems clunky. Do you care if anybody wins? No,
and that's the thing.
Really mistakes.
It's going to be something weird with Lana, right? It's got to, right? There's going to be some sort of a weird double DQ, and then Lana's just going to be like the only one there left standing, she won a battle royal, and then Nia, she's going to sell something like that. But they got to give Lana some sort of comeuppance at some point. Sure. She doesn't have to win the title or win a match, but if they just keep beating her down and throwing her through tables, and then that's it. That would
she's on TV every week, but she ends up through a table, and that can't be fun.
No,
can't be fun.
No. And let's stay on the women's side just real quick. We do have the Raw Women's Champion versus the SmackDown Women's Champion, and again, doesn't matter who wins this match, but this should be they give these women 15 minutes. Sasha, Asuka, man, this could be really good.
Yeah, that's the key. How much time will they get? Where will the placement of this match be? There's only, 5 or 6 matches. So these pay-per-views or whatever you want to call them on Sunday nights, Sunday evenings, haven't really been lasting, super long. No. So this match, I'm hoping, does not get the short end of the stick because these two ladies can go. I love Sasha Banks, what she's been able to do. Finally get Bailey, off her back, win the title, and her and Asuka should be a 5-star type match on the women's division. Absolutely.
Yeah, this match and the men's, the Roman Drew match that we talked about, those are the two that I'm pumped for, and they could be really, really good. Let's talk about some of the other undercard matches. We got the New Day versus the Street Profits, so we got the Raw Tag Team Champs versus the SmackDown Tag Team Champs. I mean, again, match quality. This could be fun, is what I think, right? We could get some funny, goofy spots with some pancakes, with some the red Solo cups, that catches something. Like I like all of these guys. It's not going to be a blood feud or anything, but it could be fun. This should be something like the opener to get things started, and maybe get us a little bit in sort of a fun mood. This would be a good crowd. If there was a crowd, this would be a great opener. I'm sure the crowd would get hot and they'd be pumped for both of these teams. So to me, this is more like fun than anything.
Yeah. A lot of spots. It'll be quick. A lot of high flying, both teams. This match could have had a lot of build, but it kind of got lost a little bit. I like the brands that they split. I like that they got the titles, but this is a WrestleMania type match. These two teams may be going at it again at pay-per-view. So this could be a preview.
We got Bobby Lashley, the U.S. champ, versus Sami Zayn, the IC champ. I don't think we're gonna have Bobby's mom and sisters out here this time. They've had a feud before where there was just some awful build to this. But you know what? They've done a good job with the Hurt Business. They do. It's a good group that feels legitimate, like an upper to mid card, like upper mid of the card group. Feels like you can slot Lashley in anywhere a little right now, and Sammy can go. It's funny because the Hurt Business are sort of, they're not like turning into a face, but they're just kind of tweeners because they stuck up for the WWE. In this match, Sammy's kind of got to be the Weasley heel, you would imagine. So I don't know. Maybe he does play babyface because sometimes we've seen that, like Daniel Bryan, was a heel, then he sort of played babyface in the match against Brock when they would have to do the brand thing. So I like both of these guys. I'm kind of curious. Do they have a squash here? Is there going to be something clean? Like, are they all of these matches again? Like if they're given 15 to 20, this would be great. But are they going to do that? Is that going to be where they like the direction they want to go with this?
Yeah, we don't know if Retribution's going to show up. They've been missing from a pay-per-view here or there. So this is the type of match I would think Lashley goes over. But again,
I think so too.
It doesn't hurt anybody. And then going back, you're looking at the Survivor Series, the tag match, the men's, the Raw and SmackDown. I like the guys who's in it. I think it's on Raw. It's been clunky each week with AJ and Braun and Riddle and these guys arguing and Keith Lee. And then you go to the SmackDown side and you look at it, they're missing a guy.
I know.
So
how are we supposed to care? And we're supposed to. That's funny.
What frustrates me.
I know. If they had put these teams together, built them up for a few, like we're supposed to care, and they don't even have the teams completely set, and there's not really any stakes, and we just had a brand like a draft recently. It's like I don't like the whole this is just for brand supremacy. Like, why do they care? They just flip flop from these other brands. They don't care really. So give me a little something in a year in the future. It wouldn't be that hard to just say, okay, here's the deal. Whoever the survivors are on either team are going to get a title shot. So, at the next pay-per-view, if there's 3 of you, it'll be a fatal 4-way. Or you can do them individually, whatever you want, right? You can make it a story for the next couple months. Okay, you get the first shot, you get the next shot, you get the next shot. There's no reason why. It could be very simple. That's what's great about wrestling. All they have to do is just explain it in 2 sentences to us, and we go, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, and that's what briefly, when you go back in moments in Survivor Series history, none of it has to do with the original team Survivor Series style elimination style matches. Remember the Mega Powers? I think when Hogan picks up Elizabeth, that's at a Survivor Series. So that would be something to get back, because this is one of my all-time favorite pay-per-views, and it's just kind of gone to wayside a little bit.
Yeah, still got a shot to be good though here, and we'll see what happens in Survivor Series 2020. Not on the card, notably Miz and Morrison. Miz with that Money in the Bank briefcase. Orton, The Fiend, and Alexa. Murphy and Ray. Maybe one of them is added to the SmackDown men's team. Retribution. The rest of the Hurt Business. Bayley as maybe someone to fill in on the SmackDown side, or maybe get involved in the Asuka Sasha women's match there. So Survivor Series coming up this Sunday, Survivor Series 2020, only 6 matches on the card and still a few spots to fill on the women's SmackDown side and a spot to fill on the men's SmackDown side, which we will, I'm sure, get that information on Friday. When we go to Wednesday night, we're talking on Thursday, Chad and IR, and we're going to talk about AEW Dynamite. Chad, they're building to a big show coming up on December the 2nd in a few weeks, and I thought overall this was a pretty good show. Seems like I think they found their footing for a while. They're consistent. They're very, very consistent with the way they do things, but they do it a little bit different. And overall, before we get into the specifics of Dynamite, do you think they have their show that is dark on their YouTube channel, which they have on Tuesday nights, and that is mainly just matches? It's not really progressing storylines or going through a lot of angles and things like that. Do you think they need or are going to try to get another hour somewhere? Because there are a lot of different wrestlers that don't get built a whole ton or we don't see weekly. And 2, is that even a problem to you? Do you like that? That's kind of an old school style of wrestling in that you don't see everybody every week.
I am old school, and I have a problem with it. We go from the Tuesday night 1 hour AEW Dark, right, with maybe 3 or 4 matches. Now I think this past week we had 12 or 13 matches, and they have a lot of talent. Okay, they have a lot of people on this roster. And a lot of people on this roster are just fly-ins. They do a run. They're there for 2 weeks. I know there's a lot of indie talent from Texas that's always in Florida. I don't mind seeing all the matches and don't mind seeing no really storylines. But the problem is I see someone working someone that I have no idea. You can tell the announce teams kind of just blah, and sometimes they're kind of gimmicky and make fun of them. I think an extra hour, whether it's on Wednesday nights, whether they put it on Thursday, Sunday, it doesn't matter. I just don't want them to continue to use the same people over and over on Wednesday nights to put them in that extra hour when you have all this other talent, because their women's division is terrible.
It's when you're
women, when your most popular women's segment of the week is an NWA women's title match with Thunder Rosa and Serena Deeb. Look, I'm not taking anything away from Serena. She's a great worker, one of the all-time greats, and I know Thunder Rosa. I know Mel. She lives here in San Antonio. I've worked with her. She's great. But, you know, Britt Baker was great. You know, and I'm glad they brought in Britt. Now it looks like we're going to have a feud with Thunder Rosa. But there's a lot of female talent on that roster that's okay, but you got to start using them.
They're not getting pushed. They're not getting put in places to make us think they're important.
I don't want to see Brandy Rhodes. I'm sorry. She's great.
She's
great to look at. I do not want to see her working in a ring.
She's great and right now for a while she's best served as a valet, you know, like as a second right now. I just don't think her work ethic, she's improving, she's getting better. Doesn't mean she won't ever at some point be there, but I don't want to see things sort of built around her. No. And so I plenty of things I like on the shows, but I look at a show like this and you feel like, you know, you see some guys like we don't know what's going on with Brody Lee. We have weeks where we don't see Archer. Dark Order. We barely got a little thing from them. And then even guys like, you know, they bring in like Miro and he's sort of just kind of floundering. I thought he could have been, you know, formerly Rusev, a main event guy, immediately like thrust into the main event picture. He's sort of floundering. They, you know, then you have Orange Cassidy, who felt like he was being elevated to sort of main event level, and he's kind of shuffled back down. He's just kind of floundering around now in the middle. And we'll go through the show here. But yeah, lots of positives, but some things I feel like they need one more show to progress some other storylines. Even just a lot of other people that I feel like could get great out of 45 more minutes of TV out there. And we got a good look at Top Flight. Chad, a couple young kids who I think 21 and 19. A really good showcase for them against the Young Bucks. Young Bucks beat them here, but you could tell that the Young Bucks like these guys. AEW likes these guys. I'm sure we're going to see them around.
Yeah, quick pace, a lot of spots, not much selling. That's a typical Young Bucks match, but this Top Flight fits right in with this demographic here at AEW for sure.
We got the hangover, the inner circle going to Vegas. So they were partying in Vegas. MJF bought everybody tickets there, and we got Jericho, MJF one-upping each other with shots where they started with a slippery nipple, and they ended up with Everclear, and then they were smoking some ganj with Conan in Sammy and hates MJF. There was an Elvis impersonator in there. The guys are all playing blackjack. Wardlow and Hager hate each other. We got the MJF hangover Wolfpack speech on the roof. The morning after stuff with Swoggle. They had these clips a couple times throughout the show. It was funny. They do a really good job with this. It's corny. It's campy stuff, but they're having fun with it, and it's good. It's good. Like,
it is.
The MJF Jericho stuff is going to be good.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? MJF probably turns. Jericho will embrace the heel or the baby face here soon. But Jericho, 50 years old, whether he's in the ring, he's giving a promo or he's doing, commentary, that guy is great. And now these segments are fun and great, and I enjoy every one of them.
And big news about Moxley. He cut a promo, and congratulations to Moxley and Renee. They're expecting a child, and a lot of people didn't know this, so everybody was sending messages to Renee like, what? Is this for real? And he mentions in his promo that he's got a pregnant wife back home, and he is building his what was supposed to be contract signing for a little later in the show, and so we get the cleaner Kenny Omega, who's looking good now. This is Kenny Omega. Yeah. This is Kenny Omega, and he's waiting in the ring for Moxley to come out and sign the contract. But backstage, Moxley has been attacked, so he was not able to sign the contract. Kenny sort of thinks it's he's playing it off like it was like Moxley sort of faking it, or he doesn't want anything to do with him. But we don't know if Kenny's got something to do with it. Does he have someone else around to help him? Is his Paige? Who knows? I'm pumped for the match. It's going to be great in a couple weeks on December the 2nd. And I think knowing now about Renee being pregnant, that Moxley is probably going to be going to Japan at some point for a little bit.
Right.
I think he's losing. I think Omega's going to win this title. And I think because I think they really want to pop a huge rating. I think they want to try to get up over that million and into the, the 1.1 if they could, like really high rating. And I think that's going to be a big show, and I'm expecting Omega to win that match.
Yeah, I was expecting Omega to be their first champion. The
Me
guy
too.
And I, him or maybe Hangman. Those two guys were on the top of everyone's top 5 wrestling list, and I think they kind of dropped the ball there. And then they kind of, Omega and Paige kind of, tag team champs. Then they kind of, then there's a week or two Omega's not around, but. This match needs to go 60 minutes. It needs to be a New Japan style war. Not that he and Eddie Kingston was it, but Omega and Mox is a dream match, and I think they're going to exploit it. And I think Kenny Omega brings this title home, and I think they let him run with this brand. And he needed to be the champion from day one, and they're going to make up for it now.
We talked about Brandy. She's getting attacked backstage by Jay. We talked about Sarita Deeb and Thunder Rosa, and you mentioned the Britt Breaker interference, kind of getting involved with Thunder Rosa after. There was Orange Cassidy versus Kip Sabian, and then it was attacked by Miro after. It just, I hope they eventually, I just feel like Rusev Miro is a little bit bigger than this.
Yeah, and he leaves WWE for these silly gimmicks and storylines he was in, and they put him in a video game storyline, regardless, he's on Twitch or not. But and Orange Cassidy, they kind of stuck him with the best friends. I thought, the feud with him and Cody would put him over the top. Kip Sabian's another one of those guys you never see working in the ring on television. So it was a good match for them guys to have. So hopefully we can build off that, and they'll be on each week.
And then we had the Cody Darby versus Cage Starks, the Team Taz tag to close things out, where Team Taz gets the win with some heel tactics. And then post-match, they're beating down Darby and Cody, and Will Hobbs comes out. Looks like he's going to save, but then he makes the turn. He actually joins Team Taz. So, again, lots of moving parts. I thought it was a fine show. Overall, a couple things I'm pumped for. The Vegas stuff was really funny too. If you haven't seen those segments, I definitely would recommend checking them out because you'll get a good laugh out of those.
Yeah, and Pac coming back.
Oh yeah, good call. I forgot about Pac.
You know, he coming back, and
that's big. That's big.
Yeah, I don't care about the Butcher and the Blade, but Pac back, having him back on every week, I think once they can get past this and give the title to Omega, I think we can start some new foundations here and some better storylines.
So it looks like they're setting up Pac beat Blade, and then he was starting to call out Kingston, and then afterwards Butcher attacks, and it looked like it's going to be setting up sort of a Kingston, Butcher, and the Blade versus Pac with Phoenix and Penta, because Phoenix and Penta are sort of reunited. That could be fun. That might be like a 6-man that we could see maybe in a few weeks on that November 2nd. That wouldn't shock me. Chad, just a minute or two left before we let you go, but we got to talk. We got to talk about this NXT women's division. Just coming off of the Wednesday night, and I think the WWE women's division is solid, and they're doing a really good job this year. Bayley and Sasha and Asuka have really carried things for a while without Becky and Charlotte. They've been out for a while. Those women have done a great job. But when you look down at the NXT women's division and what just the women that we had on Wednesday, Candice LeRae, Indy Hartwell, Canizera, Kaden Carter, Toni Storm, Ember Moon, Dakota Kai, Raquel Gonzalez, and then Rhea Ripley and Io Storm. That is an unbelievable top-tier women's roster. I personally am huge Rhea Ripley and Toni Storm. I've loved them for years, from before they were in NXT, from the Mae Young Classic stuff, and they are just... I think you could slot them in any main event anywhere. Ember Moon's back in the mix. Dakota is great. Io is as good as anyone in the ring. Like, Chad, how good is this women's division?
That main event that we saw Wednesday night with Ripley and Io Shirai, that was one of the best matches I've seen all year. Probably going to give Rhea, she looks like she's making her way up to SmackDown or Raw. I think we're probably going to get Charlotte back here pretty soon as we get closer to Mania season. So I'd like to see maybe them two. But that main event was done so well. The tag matches were done well last night. Love Candice LeRae. Always liked her. Don't forget we have Shotzi. Zia Lee's coming back. When Mercedes Martinez comes back from injury, this is as good as it gets, right? Women's wrestling NXT, and they let them have time in a lot of matches on Wednesday night.
And maybe we get Rhea or one of these women to come up and join the SmackDown women's team as a surprise. Maybe. Yeah, Rhea could be a good one. So, I'm glad I saw you tweeting about it on Wednesday night, and it was like I stopped and I started looking and just writing them down, and I called, announced Candice LeRae matches for years before she got signed. Here in Monrovia, in Nevada, Vegas, and Reno, in places and this is just a really, really stacked. I hate to say it, just comparing, you look at this women's roster and how main event a lot of these women feel, and then just kind of compare it to AEW, and their women's roster, and it's any one of 6 of these women could go there and immediately feel like they should be right in, have the title, it's right away. So just a great job with NXT building their women's roster, and it probably feels like it's time for Rhea to come up and because they've got plenty to replenish there, and she could freshen things up on the main roster. Coop a loop, man. We were able to hit WWE, we're able to hit AEW, we're able to hit SmackDown, and if we had to catch up on everything that's gone on in the last few months, it would be probably 6 hours of a podcast. So I'll have to bring you back coming up in the next few weeks, because we have college football going on that we could talk about. We have, everything that's going on with the Houston Rockets. Who the hell knows what's going to happen the next time I talk to you? If who knows where any Harden, Westbrook, everything's going, all the picks they're getting rid of. The Astros rejuvenated. They had a really nice playoff run. There's so much that we got to catch up on. Let everybody know where can we follow you on social media, and what are you going to be working on coming up?
Absolutely. I'm always on Twitter and Instagram with the same handle, @TheChadCooper. Love posting a lot of pictures, a lot of stories, and on Twitter as well. So follow me on there for all the major developments. And once again, Gino, always a pleasure with you. We can talk anything. And you and your listeners, I'm always a podcast listener. I love all the throwback shows and all the horse racing stuff. You're the best in the business. So have a happy and wonderful Thanksgiving to you and the beautiful family you have, sir.
I know. I get a little nostalgic because this would have been sort of the time of the year when I'd see you over at Delta. It wasn't too far from now. It was always that jackpot that was like
$1 million race.
Yeah, middle of it was always like right before Thanksgiving. So one of these, when everything gets back to some normalcy, we'll definitely have to link up somewhere because my girlfriend's family lives in Texas, so we're not too far. We could find a nice middle point somewhere where we could meet up. So love you, buddy. Thanks. You stay safe over there. Have a nice weekend, and we'll talk soon.
Later, bud.
Chad Cooper, folks. You heard where to follow him, and there'll be much more on That's What G Said. Don't go anywhere.
Koopaloo! Big thank you to Chad Cooper for helping us out where we're able to go around the world in wrestling there and talk about all the big news, the big stories, and recap and preview Survivor Series, recap AEW Dynamite. We are going to go from new wrestling to old wrestling. First, we're going to talk about Sarah Candles and the promo code GINO that gets you 10% off. That is sarahcandles.com, CERA candles.com. Why are these candles unique? All natural soy wax. What does that mean? They are longer burning. Your candle will burn longer because of this wax, longer than the candles you'll buy from other places. And the burn is better and healthier for you. Because of the soy wax that's all natural, there's no toxins, no carcinogens, no pollutants in these. These are handmade from a small local business, quality candles. Affordable prices, 20 different options for you. Seasonal scents, scents for every mood, time, 3 different sizes. This is a business that loves candles. They wanted to create the perfect candle, and this blossomed into a business. These are people that I've known for 25 plus years. They are working hard to make Sarah Candles the best candles that you have ever had. Talk about a great holiday gift. They even come with instructions on how to keep your candle clean, trim the wick, make sure to ensure the perfect burn by using the candle lid to put out the candle. SarahCandles.com, CERA Candles.com, promo code GINO will get you 10% off your purchase. And I know them a lot of times when you throw the promo code GINO in there, they give you additional stuff. They throw some extra stuff in there. So promo code GINO gets you 10% off your purchase. SarahCandles.com, CERA Candles.com. Time for the old wrestling rewatch. Andrew Champagne, Darren Zocali are back. This was Andrew's choice. ECW One Night Stand 2005. It was the reunion show when it was part of WWE, but this was not a WWE-ified show whatsoever. You'll enjoy this conversation, but I will preface it by saying the show itself is graphic, the ECW pay-per-view. So in order to cover a graphic show, you have to just to repeat things that are being said or to quote things or just to accurately portray what's going on. There's a little more cussing than normal on this segment. There's a little bit more blood, guts, a little more sex talk and raunchy talk because we're just really discussing what was in front of us. So if you're mad about it, go get mad at Andrew Champagne. It's his fault. Wanted to give you that warning there before we get into the old wrestling rewatch. Here we go. The boys for the old wrestling rewatch are back. And for the first time in, just a ballpark guess, we've done at least 20 of these or so, maybe between the 20 to 30 range. And we've done old WWF. We've done when it was WWE. We've done the WCW shows. We've done AWA shows, but we've never done an ECW show yet. This was Andrew Champagne's discussion. And this was Andrew Champagne's selection for our discussion. And I have to preface this with saying we will generally throw like a cuss word here and there, but just kind of like as we're rolling along.
it would be impossible to cover this show without saying a few of them, because I just having to repeat the things that were said and that was things that were going on, you wouldn't be able to. So again, this is probably an episode where we'll get a little more graphic, because this is a little bit more of a graphic show, Andrew, because it's an ECW show, and it was ECW in 2005. We're talking about One Night Stand. So this was actually just a reunion show. So this is honestly about the best that you could ever possibly imagine with the WWE ECW marriage, in that you got authentic ECW. This felt like an ECW show, from the graphics to the ballroom to everything going on, the mic, the way everything was, but you got the WWE promotion behind it, which was awesome. The Machine pushing it and putting it on pay-per-view and having, build up for a few weeks where it was, Bischoff and JBL and the WWE guys talking trash to ECW. So all in all, a pretty fun show, and I'm glad we dived into ECW. Good pick on your part, Andrew.
So fun fact here, this was one of 2 ECW reunion shows to happen around the same time. Shane Douglas helped put together another thing called Hardcore Homecoming, and there were a couple of people who worked on this show that did work on that one. Shane Douglas was obviously one of them. Terry Funk was the other big name. Having said that, in looking at this show, it's tough to find some big player in the history of ECW, other than those 2, that didn't get some face time in some way, shape, or form. There were some guys that had left the business and retired. There were some that were clearly in no condition to work a match, that did run-ins or were doing guest spots backstage. This was as good as they were possibly going to do. There was some WWE involvement. Was it over the top? No. This was an ECW show with little bits of WWE worked in. Now, that's the reason this show is as successful as it was. The reason WWE's version of ECW stunk, and you can even look at the second One Night Stand a year later, where outside of the Rob Van Dam Cena match, there wasn't a whole heck of a lot going on.
Well, it just didn't feel
14 years later.
Like this felt, even when you go through the matches, and it's like, there's a lot of, if you're just a WWE fan and you're listening to us talk and you're watching back through this show, there's a lot of matches. If you just look on paper, you go, okay. It's the vibe and the energy and the feeling of all of these guys coming back in for what they just thought was one last cool night where they got to showcase themselves. Even as RVD had said in his promo, which is the greatest promo that Rob Van Dam ever cuts in his entire life.
Uncontested.
Is that they didn't need storylines or really build up. They just wanted a chance to get everybody back. And Darren, actually, the way this kind of was sparked was because what WWE does so damn well, and they still do it to this day, phenomenal. We've talked about it on like every show we've discussed, is with their video packages and their build-ups and their promo and their packages, and then their documentaries and the things they release afterwards. And WWE did a great, I think, rise and fall of ECW, some sort of a look back, and they sold the DVD, and the DVD went really, really well. And at this point, Rob Van Dam was sort of a pretty big player, so he convinces Vince to do this show, and it worked. This worked, but I think, as Andrew said too, it worked maybe this night. You can look at and pick things the year after, but the WWE version of ECW is similar to what WWE can usually do when they sort of acquire something. They go all in at the very, very beginning, and then they just kind of say, we'll screw it. We just kind of bought this to acquire it. We'll go back to doing things our way.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, it probably would have been in everybody's best interest if this only happened one time. They didn't do it 4 years in a row. I think the the bloom kind of fell off the rose after the first one, and that's to be expected. I mean, you had 2,500 people in the crowd, and it was deafening loud. The crowd was hot from start to finish. The chants, everything. I really thought it was well done in that it was a good combination, like you said, of the things that WWE does well. Plus, you kind of got that ECW look to it. And even to the point where there were a couple of, misses in the video. There was, Mike Awesome at one point, jumps over the top rope and hits through a table, and you only see like the very end of it. You never actually see him jump over the top rope. Every once in a while, they miss a guy who's running in or different things, and that's kind of like the old ECW feel, where it doesn't have that WWE caliber production quality to it, but it's part of the charm that was ECW. Look, from a historical standpoint, it's probably not a super significant pay-per-view because of what comes out of it, but it's a really enjoyable show. There's a lot of craziness. There's, oh my God, a lot of blood. And to this day,
it's insane. Some of these matches are like, Jesus.
I don't know how Tommy Dreamer didn't lose consciousness.
The best is when Mick Foley in the Mike Awesome Tanaka match, when Mick Foley's like, can you imagine being the Dudleys backstage right now watching these guys go through a table? They're probably pissed off. What can they do?
Yeah, they could do more. But yeah, it's a really fun show to watch. I'm glad it's different than anything that we've watched up to this point. And let's dive in. And you start off with a real barn burner too.
Yeah, and it's not too long of a watch either. And just to preface it one more time, when we're doing some of these shows that have Benoit matches on them, we're gonna skip the Benoit matches because we do these recordings to have fun, to make you guys have fun. We relive a lot of these old memories and good shows, bad shows, whatever they are. But when we get into the Benoit stuff, it ends up getting too serious. We go down a road we just don't feel like going down. So it's better to just kind of skip them. And a lot of these shows we picked that he's been in, I think just a few like this, he doesn't have this massive role. He's in a match and he's just kind of one part of it. So very easy to just kind of skip it and move over. So that's what we'll do here as we start with ECW One Night Stand 2005. Joey Styles welcomes us with an "Oh my God!" And,
not bad.
And the crowd is absolutely insane at the Hammerstein Ballroom. And many chants, F you this, screw you that, suck my this. I mean, you just name it. We're getting these chants all throughout the night. Joey Styles then welcomes Mick Foley, his broadcast partner for the evening, which is great. Like, Mick is such a perfect person for an event like this because Mick has been in WCW with Bischoff, in ECW with Heyman, and then many years in WWE. So he's got a great perspective of all of this with the factions that hate each other and Bischoff and Heyman and, the WWE guys. So great guy to have on the broadcast for this. We get the ECW intro, the ECW graphics, not all WWE-ified, really until they do the WWECW, which comes after One Night Stand 2006. And we get the first match right away, Lance Storm versus Chris Jericho. They talk about how this might be Lance Storm's last match because he wasn't wrestling a whole ton at this time. He was already transitioning into the backstage stuff he was doing for WWE. And Mick Foley had said that Lance mentioned it could be his last match. And this was cool and a really cool throwback to two guys who were tag team partners for a long time. They trained in the Heart Dungeon together. They had their first match against each other, and they're just really, really good friends. We get Jericho announced as the Lionheart, and quick start back and forth. Jericho in control with a couple submissions, and then Lance gets the chops out. Some really nice drop kicks. There's like 3 or 4 in this match that were just picture perfect. A couple from Jericho, then Lance hits one like right on Jericho's jaw, and then Jericho gets a drop kick to the back of Lance's head. Inseguri, some quick pin counters back and forth, really fast paced for these two guys. That's one thing that we noticed throughout the whole night too, is that everybody knows nobody's getting 25 minutes in this show. Everybody's just going to get their time, like 10 minutes or so, to get their spots in, to have a little bit of fun. There's going to be lots of run-ins and lots of, distractions and lots of interference. This is a fun show. We're not going to get any 5-star matches. We're going to have a lot of just guys working their asses off for about 5 to 10 minutes, basically throughout the entire night. That's what you get here with these two guys. We get that awesome back-spinning elbow off the top rope from Jericho. Lance locks in the single leg crab, and then Jericho gets out of it. He goes for the lion salt. But then this was a cool spot where Lance has his knees up, but then Jericho sort of catches the knees and he turns them into the walls of Jericho. Dawn Marie distracts the referee as Lance is tapping out. Just Incredible comes in. He cracks Jericho over the head with a Singapore cane. and Lance Storm gets the W. Joey Styles says, "What a way to win your last match," which was pretty funny, I thought. Yeah, as you said, Darren, a good match to start, and quick, and like we're gonna get most of these matches all throughout the night that are between 6 and 10 minutes.
Yeah, they hit on everything they want to hit on. They don't drag. They almost seem that they're all pretty much the perfect time. Look, I could watch Jericho and Lance Storm wrestle for a lot more than 7 minutes. But they get everything in here. You talked about some of the moves. Jericho hit some great drop kicks. The kind of springboard drop kick off of the inside turnbuckle I thought was great. The ring work I thought was really well for, two guys that obviously have known each other for a long time, worked with each other for a long time, were a tag team originally. I love the fact that, Foley made reference to that right away. One of the things that I'll bring up, and it's one of the reasons that and maybe this is going to be an unpopular take, one of the reasons why I didn't love Joey Styles as a play-by-play guy. I understand that it's his job to call the match. I always thought he was a little too much getting in every single move that you're watching. So in other words, like when you watch a hockey game and it's like, Havlicek passes the ball to, Krajkovic.
It's almost like he's a radio play-by-play guy instead of a TV play-by-play guy.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Where for me, it takes away some of the dialogue that could be happening, especially because you have a hardcore guy there like Mick Foley, who does get some things in that I really enjoy. But I think there's a little too much of, hits him with a Hurricane Rana. Oh, they get up, springboard back elbow. Now he hits him with an elbow drop. Like, I know, man, I'm watching the match. I see it. Like, I don't need you to, tell me every move that I am watching. But so that's the one takeaway with me with Joey Styles. But this match, I thought it was excellent. Dawn Marie, seeing her a little bit past her prime. Dawn Marie had been around for a long time at this point. This was not, peak Dawn Marie. But that being said, I thought it was a lot of fun. They gave Jericho a lot of love even after the match. Highly enjoyable match. And, get your money's worth right off the bat.
So a little bit of, I don't want to say it's a defense of Joey Styles, but it's an explanation. For a lot of the ECW run, he didn't have a color commentator. And when you're the only guy in the booth, there's a lot of dead air.
It's a habit. No, you're right. It's like a habit that he developed that's sort of hard to get out of when you have other people there.
Yep. Now, the other reason, of course, that Darren doesn't like Joey Styles as much is there's very little evidence to suggest that Joey Styles isn't Darren Zocali's
I was waiting for
twin.
who was going to bring that. Yeah,
I mean, the hair is different, and that is the first thing Darren is going to point to. But has anyone seen these two in the same place at the same time? I'm just saying. This might be a Clark Kent Superman kind of thing.
Darren's bigger. You know what? Darren's bigger than you think he is. That's the one thing I'll say, because when I've seen Darren in person, so he's a little bit bigger, which is fine. He looks great and very slimming when he would be on TV, and then I'd see him on the Meadowlands, working with him on the Meadowlands.
It's funny you said that, because when I was at the Meadowlands, and you would get some hate mail or hate tweets from people whenever you were on the air, and I mean, you and I, we were on the air together for years, and I was on Meadowlands TV for a decade. But every once in a while, I would get like these weird things describing my physical appearance, and one of them was, "You're just a short, arrogant Jew." And I read the email and I said, "Okay,
oh my God.
Well, I'm 6'1", $190,
oh my
and my entire family is from Southern Italy. Other than that, you got it down."
Wow. Just wow.
The mean tweets and stuff like that are just hilarious.
Since you brought that up, I've been waiting years to put that one out there. So, Andrew, have that.
That's pretty good. The only thing I can follow that up with is that Dawn Marie got reminded on several occasions that she's a crack whore. Clap, 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 clap. Now, this match was really good. You guys hit on it. Yeah. This was the time period with Jericho in the mid-2000s when he was sort of coasting in the upper mid-card and just having random 3 to 3.5 star matches with pretty much everybody. He wasn't as high on the card as he had been. He was still doing really good work. This was just after he did the vitamin C stuff with Christian, where they feuded over Trish Stratus. This was the $1 Canadian storyline that was incredibly funny. Now, the match itself is really good. These two guys have been in the ring with each other hundreds of times, both as part of tag teams and as opponents, so they could work a good match in their sleep. They didn't get a lot of time. They didn't need a lot of time. I thought it was pretty good storytelling, though, that they mentioned the Impact players in Lance Storm's intro as he's coming down to the ring, and Justin Credible winds up helping him win the match. That's pretty good storytelling.
Yeah, they do a lot of good background stuff. Mick throws a lot of stuff in because he knows a lot of these people personally, and Joey does a good job of that all throughout the night. Like, you could tell Joey he's pumped. Like he mentions like this and their first pay-per-view were like the biggest nights of his entire life, which is true. This is like the most people that have ever been watching him in his life. And so yeah, he's pumped and he's ready and he's doing the best he can here. He goes off later on Mike Awesome, which we'll mention.
Yeah, and that wound up being pretty awkward.
And it just does not hold up well after what happens. But he mentions after this match that the invasion and he wonders if the WWE superstars will show up. We then get a tribute, which I thought was sort of cool. It had only been 4.5 years or so since ECW went under, and they did a tribute to some of the ECW stars that have passed away in that 4 to 5 year span. And so we just got a little footage of some of those. Then next up, it's Tajiri with Mikey Whipwreck and Sinister Minister versus the FBI. Here we are, DZ. Little Guido and then the full-blooded Italians and Super Crazy versus Super Crazy. So this is a triple threat, and Joey Styles was mentioning how it's like you get these nationalities warfare here with Tajiri and Japan versus Little Guido and the Italians and Super Crazy in Mexico. And remember that these triple threat matches in ECW are all elimination matches, so everybody's got to get eliminated in order for there to be a winner. And just like you'd imagine with these three, just fast as can be right away, quick spot after quick spot. I mean, I forget about Super Crazy, how damn good he is. Drop kick to Guido's face. Sicilian slice by Guido. Then things spill outside. Super Crazy with a backflip off the balcony. That is just insane. Tajiri with the green mist to Guido. I mean, we're getting interference and run-ins all over the place. Whipwreck helps eliminate Guido, so we're down to one-on-one, and it's just Super Crazy and Tajiri, who have a storied rivalry, just flying around. Super Crazy flying around. Tajiri with his strikes. Super Crazy hits the powerbomb, then a moonsault for the win. Really, really fun match, and I think it only went about little over 6 minutes long. Just like we're going to say with most of these matches throughout the night, microcosm, fun, ton of action, really quick paced, and all these guys wanted to get all their spots in. They did, and there's just no downtime or down moments in really any of these matches.
No, this match was like rapid fire.
Yeah.
I mean when this thing came, it was over. Like it was 6 minutes, but it felt even faster because you had these like quick eliminations and everything like that. Yeah. I mean, they got a lot into a short amount of time, and it was enjoyable. Tajiri, I thought was always an underrated worker. The Super Crazy angle is always fun. Little Guido with Big Guido. I mean, it's just look. There's nothing like earth-shattering, sensational about this. It's just one of those kind of fun matches. But literally, like I had to go back and watch this match a couple of times because it was like, holy crap! Like every time I watched it, I was like, this thing ended so fast. Like, I need time to get up and pour myself a glass of water because two guys just got pinned. But yeah, I mean, look, it was a lot of fun. It was enjoyable, but it wasn't the kind of match that left me, with any kind of long-lasting memory or anything like that.
First of all, if we're talking about the FBI here, if you guys are Little Guido and Big Guido, that probably makes me Tracy Smothers. R.I.P. Tracy Smothers. Of course, he has just passed a couple of weeks ago. So they do a lot of the two guys in, one guy out spots here. And that speaks to something that we've already mentioned. Nobody's getting a ton of time on this show. It's get in, get all your stuff in, and get out in as quick a time as you possibly can. And in that instance, mission accomplished. The referee just gives up trying to stop run-ins. Now, we know it's ECW and there's no disqualifications, but Big John wanted no part of any of this and was just sort of chilling in the corner watching everything go down, which I thought was pretty funny on a number of occasions. We get the green mist spot with Tajiri, which is fantastic. I'm a sucker for that spot. Whether it's Tajiri, the Great Muta, the Great Kabuki, anything like that, it's such an easy way to get heat and pop the crowd. That was really cool. Mikey Whipwreck looks like he's gained about 100 pounds since he retired from the ring, but he does the whippersnapper, that top rope stunner thing, and Guido gets eliminated. Crazy gets a couple of moonsaults on Tajiri. We get the tarantula from Tajiri, which is always good for a pop. This was fine. It just... From a match quality standpoint, it could have benefited from another 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but from an excitement standpoint, it certainly delivered.
We get maybe, I think, 3 different times throughout the show clips of maybe like a 2-minute little montage of old ECW footage, highlights, basically all of the big moments throughout ECW history. I mean, you get them all here, just clip after clip after clip after clip, everything, you name it. Dudley stuff, Dreamer, Sandman, Taz, RVD, all the way through spot with the chairs where they're all being tossed in, Funk, Austin, I mean, you name it, everything that you could imagine. You get basically in like 3 different times throughout the show, which is really cool if you're just someone who's, like me, I wasn't a ECW fan. Like, I would have never been able to even watch this live. I wouldn't have had it, out here on the West Coast, no way. But I've been able to go back with the WWE network and through history and watch a good amount, a lot of the pay-per-views and a lot of the ECW TVs I've thrown on in the background. So if this is cool just to kind of get refresh you of all the craziness that was ECW. There's honestly, you look through the show, there's really not anything that's bad that I would consider downer. Everything's pretty fun. I think the thing I was the most disappointed with is probably the match that comes up next, because on paper, I'm looking like, oh, this is going to be the match of the night, Psychosis versus Mysterio, especially because we've seen these guys at this point go. But the problem is, in my head, I'm still thinking like 1997 WCW, and we got to remember, this is 2005 now, and Mysterio is still good, but Psychosis is sort of at his last leg here. And he comes down to the ring, and he does this thing where he takes off his mask when he gets to the ring. We don't think about match psychology and stuff a whole lot when we think about ECW, but this is just kind of was backwards to me, because Styles was explaining the relevance. He said that by coming out with his mask on and then taking it off in the ring, he was showing respect to the fans and saying, this is who I am, here I am. But what's funny is that he played very heel like most of the match. He didn't wrestle like a babyface. In fact, he was playing like the big heel and slowing things down a lot throughout this match with Ray. And so it was definitely a different style of match than if you've seen any of their over 500 matches that they've had together. These guys know each other forever, very similar and even more than the Jericho Lance Storm. So, they're putting these guys that all know each other together for a fun chemistry, and also there's no buildup and stuff, so they don't really have a whole lot. They want to be able to work with guys that they know. So slow early, Psychosis playing big heel. He hits a leg drop off the top rope while Ray is draped over the ring barricade outside. I thought that was pretty cool. And Ray gets out of the way of a drop kick, and then he hits a face buster. He moves again, and Psychosis goes into the ring post, and then he lands on the crowd on the laps of a couple of the female fans on the front row, and Ray hits this dive into the crowd, which is insane. And then a 619 and a West Coast pop for the W. It was fine. The last few minutes picked up. I just think I was expecting my expectations for Ray, especially on these rewatches now, when we watch him back, everything he does is so damn good. So I guess I was a little disappointed just because I've seen a lot better from these guys, DZ.
Yeah, it's funny because I didn't really remember the match, and I was like, all right, first few minutes, it's a little slow to build here. And then, like you said, you got that run where you had that dive, into the crowd where it was like, whoa, that's an oh shit moment. And then you have, the 619, the West Coast pop. And I kind of thought, I was like, all right, well, I guess, Psychosis is going to kick out because this thing is finally starting to get good and build. And it was like 1, 2, 3. I was like, wait, really?
Yes, I think 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Another one.
I was like, so basically we got 4 minutes of slow match. a little stuff outside, the big jump off the top, 619, West Coast pop, go home.
Yeah.
Like so it's, for me, it really left a lot, to be desired in that, I figured there was going to be another 5 minutes to the match. I figured, all right, well, Ray's got, he hits 619s every match, his West Coast pop okay. Maybe Psychosis kicks out, maybe some other stuff happens, and then I just got completely taken aback by the fact that the match ended. I mean, you pretty much hit the nail on the head here, Gino. You expect a lot more. I know, so this is not the Psychosis of a decade earlier. I get that. But, you see a Ray match from the early 2000s and you figure, all right, well, this is going to be a barn burner. And this just kind of left me flat, to be honest with you. I mean, if I was disappointed by anything, it was that this match was 6 minutes and 22 seconds and maybe I got 90 seconds of, action to it. So this match definitely wanted some more from.
I looked it up after this match was over because I'm thinking, okay, Psychosis looks like he's done. It looks like all the treads off the tires. It looks like he's completely finished as a worker. He worked for 10 more years after this match, and he wasn't a complete jobber. He worked in AAA. He worked in a couple of independent promotions in Mexico, and he had a couple of decent matches against bigger name guys. So at this point, he could still go. I'm thinking this may have just been horrible timing for an off night, and it started because he did the thing with his mask, and the crowd didn't take to it at all whatsoever, as evidenced by the New York crowd chanting, "Put your mask on."
And then what did somebody say? They're like, he thinks he's ugly. I think Mick or someone said, they don't think he's attractive.
I mean, that stunk. And that's one of the things where when wrestling snobs talk about ECW and how wrestling, and they talk about the behavior of some of the fans, 90% of the time, their reaction is overblown. In this instance, though, that was probably right, because when they didn't buy into that, everything else about the match sort of fell apart. And the other things about this match, there are two of them that I'll comment on. One of them is Joey Styles has one of his best lines of the night when they do the bump into the crowd and Styles yells, "It's Take a Luchador home night at ECW One Night Stand." I thought that was funny. And for some reason, maybe it's because it was a WWE creation and they're just programmed to hate it. Boy, the crowd did not like the 619, either here or near the end of the show. And for the life of me, I don't know why. I understand it's a little bit of a manufactured spot, whatever, but Mysterio has had about 9,000 knee surgeries. Of course he needed something else to use as a finishing move or as a transition thing, something with minimal stress on the knees. That's just Ray adapting as a worker. That wasn't WWE using unnecessary smoke and mirrors. So didn't particularly like that. The match wasn't terrible, just needed more time. But from an excitement standpoint, like everything else, check the box and move on. It's not like this match was bad. It ended right as it was starting to rev up.
And Darren said it too. It's just like it's getting there, and we're like, okay, cool. Now we're going to get the 5 minutes of really big back and forth. And it just one move, boom, Ray, finisher, and that's it. It almost is like Psychosis might have been injured or something, and they had this circled, because I even read somewhere after that both guys were a little disappointed with how it went down. So you wrestle someone that many times, sometimes you get a little comfortable and you just figure it's going to be there, and it just sort of wasn't. But again, we're not talking about a zero match. We're talking about like a 2.5, 3-star match for what they got. They just didn't get much, and the last few minutes. So here comes the WWE superstars. Kurt Angle, JBL in his cabinet. I think we see Orlando Jordan, Matt Morgan, Carlito, some of the faces that show up. And Styles is furious that they're stealing ECW airtime. And we get the F you SmackDown chants. And this was a really good job of using WWE in that they didn't have these guys in matches where they were going to put them over or even necessarily lose to guys who weren't even like full-time wrestlers anymore, who may have hurt in the long run. They just got to come in, get a ton of heat, and then get beat up in the end in a fight, which is great. Like, you don't lose anything out of this at all. I think they did a great job in this one of the way they used these heels, these WWE guys who were the heels, in this arena for sure. And so we just see them walk in and they're sitting up on the balcony. Then we get more clips of the big ECW moments. And then here comes Joel Gertner. If you've never heard of Joel Gertner, look him up. He is hilarious. He's got some funny, filthy, raunchy promos where he would come out and he would always start, well, he was the quintessential stud muffin, and he would go on and just with these rhymes that were lewd. And he starts to speak, and as soon as he does, JBL and Angle beat him up, and they take their microphone. And Angle, remember the story about Kurt Angle, too. Before he ever came into WWF at the time, he actually went to ECW, and they wanted to sign Kurt Angle and make him a big part of ECW. And I believe the show that he went to was one where there was like a crucifixion.
The Sandman, yeah.
Yeah. And so Angle literally was backstage and walked out in the middle of the show, was like, I am not going to touch this. I'm not going to get involved anywhere. So a lot of the things that Angle is saying are sort of true. And the things that Bischoff says are true. And JBL, like they've always felt this way about ECW. And the ECW guys always hated the WWE. So it's really, it's the real heat, which you can feel here. Angle says the ECW fans are the lowest form of scum. He says, you people suck. Then the crowd chants, quote, you suck dick, which Kurt Angle responds to with, your mother taught me how. Then he talks trash that all the ECW wrestlers are going to get their asses kicked, and he tells them to kiss his ass. JBL grabs the mic, and he just gets booed like hell. And he's doing a great job with the heat because he's so hateable at this point. He says, Madison Square Garden is just down the road, Michael. And he doesn't say Michael, but I always want to say Michael with JBL. And he says, if you put my name on the marquee, it sells out. ECW can barely sell out a bingo hall. Fans are screaming, shut the fuck up to JBL. He says he is above them and nobody will ever make it to his level. He's a wrestling god. And then he's interrupted by Rob Van Dam and Bill Alfonso. Rob is hurt, so he can't wrestle. We get huge chance for him. He tells them that this was because the fans were sick of having JBL forced on them. So if they wanted to watch wrestling, they'd turn on the TV and they see guys like this all the time. There was the buzz for ECW, and he was able to talk to Vince and get this going. He says, hey, you know what? I have a voice. More than, now where I just have to say cool or whatever. Remember when RVD used to be able to talk? He says RVD 420 means I just smoked your ass, which is always great. He talks about how he went to Vince with the idea for One Night Stand, and he says RVD is ECW, and then as he does, he gets nailed with a gore by Rhino, and then the lights go out. We'll talk about what happens after this, but with DZ, with the stuff with Kurt and JBL getting all the heat, and then RVD coming out. You and I were texting, and I said the same thing with Andrew earlier. I mean, when you think of Rob Van Dam, you think of flying around, guy who will take a ton of chances. If you honestly wanted to stop and think about the best promos of Rob Van Dam's life, or the ones in WWE, you probably couldn't even get to 2 or 3. This, to me, is so far the best promo of his life. It was all of his emotion. It was real. And it was something that was obviously not written for him, that it was off the cuff. It was great.
Yeah, this is the quintessential definition of a worked shoot. RVD goes out there. He has the okay to tread this line of basically lambasting WWE for all of the reasons that, the contrarian wrestler at the time wrestling fan at the time did not like WWE. He gets to say all of that. It comes off as very original because there are true feelings in there, in that, ECW are, wrestlers that are giving the fans what they want to see. They're leaving it all out there. They're not told what words they can say and what words they can't say, and they feel that their product is more real, and that's what this promo really is all about. And because of that, and because of the setting and the environment and who he's talking to and who he's talking about, I would agree, it is clearly the best promo that he ever cuts in his life. Now, sure, RVD is going to have some good moments in WWE to come in the future. But this was a big moment for him on an important stage for him. I really, was it CM Punk pipe bomb promo good? Nothing probably is. But for RVD, this is probably the closest he ever came to that. And I thought he did a damn good job with it.
The line, "I don't have any creative geniuses writing my stuff, folks," always gets me. I love that line. That in and of itself, you can boil that promo down to two little lines. That one and "We don't even need a storyline. You don't even need to turn the lights on for the whole building. That's not what it's about." That was everything any ECW fan, if they ever got caught in an elevator with Vince McMahon, wanted to tell him. And that is why this worked. Now, obviously, RVD couldn't perform on the show in a full wrestling capacity like he'd wanted to. So the way they get him out of it is Rhino comes storming out. Rhino, the last ECW champion before the lights went out, hits a gore, beats up RVD. And if you've ever watched any ECW in your life, you know where this is going. The lights go down, everyone goes nuts, the lights come up, and it's Sabu looking really, really old.
And he just, as you would imagine from Sabu, it's funny because Mick Foley, who we all think of, as WWE guys, as the nuts guy, the crazy guy, the guy who went through the cell, who went tooth coming out of his nose, you name it, he would dive on the floor, the elbows. He was like, there were so many things that Sabu did that I would never do. I mean, he was like in awe of Sabu and how much pain he could tolerate and some of the things that he tried. And we get Sabu, who cracks Rhino with a chair immediately, then a baseball slide, then the dive off the dive where he steps off the chair, off the top ropes and he leaps springboards onto Rhino. They battle outside the ring. Sabu sets up a table, but then Rhino takes control for a little bit, and Sabu is just tossing himself all over the place. Hurricane Rana, using the chair to jump off of everything. And then a drop toe hold from Rhino. Sabu's face goes right into the chair. Sabu sidesteps Rhino, and he gores the referee. Then Rhino hits a pile driver. Then here comes RVD. Bill Alfonso tosses RVD a chair, and then he just kind of tosses it into Rhino's face, which was cool. And then he Bart Simpson skateboards a chair into Rhino. He sets up a table and he drapes Rhino over it. And Sabu so Rhino's laying on the table. Sabu jumps off the top rope, skateboards a chair onto Rhino into the table. I mean, he drops it under him, lands on the chair on top of Rhino. I mean, absolute insanity, Darren. And they get the win here. I say they because it's really Sabu with some help from Rob Van Dam. And this thing is another one that only goes 6 minutes for, super crazy match, Rey Mysterio match, and then the Sabu match only goes 6 minutes. But this was really even more than a match. It was the angle to get Van Dam in there, and they wanted it to be really like a triple threat-ish with Van Dam helping out at the end, and him and Sabu, and they're getting so many of these guys on the show some way, and these were three guys that were really big staples of ECW.
Yeah, getting Sabu and actually gives me a chance. It's not a real story, but it's just a fun fact for me. So I was about 10 years old. I attended a taping of Monday Night Raw, I think in its first year. And they had, as they still do, they had dark matches on, before Raw went live. And believe it or not, one of the nights that I was there, one of the dark matches was Sabu versus Scott Taylor.
Wow, that's funny.
I don't know how many matches he had. I don't know what kind of contract, if he had a tryout, but it's pretty funny that was, and I remember it obviously because what Sabu would go on to becoming. When I would see him in ECW, I'd be like, oh my God, we saw that guy that night at Raw, 7 years ago. Yeah, I mean, look, Sabu looks not much like he did when the Sabu that you remember in the late 90s. He's aged quite a bit here. But that being said, I mean, these two give you everything you're looking
They
for.
do. Yeah.
They beat the hell out of each other. They put each other through tables. And, the finish is pretty awesome. You get Rhino and Sabu in a big pay-per-view with, WWE guys watching. I mean, it's pretty much everything that you could hope for. It's a lot of fun. I mean, it was very predictable when RVD came out and he couldn't wrestle, and you saw Rhino. You knew where we were heading here, but it was satisfying. Even though you knew where we were heading, it was satisfying. And for me, the RVD promo to the attack from Rhino to the match with Sabu is probably one of, if not the most enjoyable 20 minutes that I
agree. I agree. I liked it. It just, the RVD stuff hits home, as Andrew said, and then we get into it and you get a little nostalgic because for me, there's a lot of people that you think of when you think of ECW, but for me, Andrew, it really always was Sabu.
One of them, for sure. I mean, this was the guy who left ECW to go to WCW for a payday in the mid-90s. He was not there long. But when he came back to ECW, that was one of the big angles heading into Barely Legal, their very first pay-per-view. Sabu was coming back. Taz spent the entire year calling out Sabu, and then one night the lights go out and Sabu's back in the ring. You really don't need to do a whole heck of a lot, and you don't need to do much when it's a guy like Sabu who is guaranteed to give you one spot going, that was awesome, but why in the world would you do that? Now, it was a tough night for Rhino here because he gets into the ring, lights go out, Sabu comes up, match starts, and the crowd immediately turns on him with a pretty savage "you got fired" chant. And then right after they start the "you got fired" chant, Sabu clocks him in the head with a chair. It's an unprotected chair shot, and Rhino takes the bump from the top turnbuckle down to the apron, down to the floor. I'm just saying, that couldn't have been a good 30 seconds to be Terry Garrett right there. You couldn't pay me enough money to do that. They talk about some of the stuff Sabu did. Foley tells the story of how he had a torn bicep and needed 100 stitches, and he closed the wound up with athletic tape. What has to go through your mind in order to make the connection that that's the sensible thing to do in that situation? That's the kind of wiring that a lot of the ECW guys had. Styles has one really good line here before we move on. The ref gets bumped, and it's a little tiny shrimpy ref named Pee-wee. And all of a sudden, Joey Styles goes, "Oh, Pee-wee's dead. Someone call his parents." That's always good for a laugh. But look, this was predictable, but you know what? Didn't matter. This proved RVD's point. You don't need storylines. Give RVD the 5 minutes to cut the promo. Rhino comes out. Sabu comes out behind him. You do a 6-minute match. Was the 6-minute match anything to write home about? No. But it's Sabu. You get what you pay for with him, and he wound up doing the spot at the end to pop the crowd. He and RVD embrace and then hobble off to the back, check the box, and move on.
We get Hal Snow and Head backstage promo, so another one off the list of ECW characters that we want to just give a second to and give them their time. And then another ECW highlight package going through some of the big moments throughout the history of the company. Next up, Bischoff and the Raw guys enter, and they are just cussing out the fans as they walk in. Edge and Christian, the coach, William Regal, Snitsky, Tomko, some of the guys on the Raw side, they are soaking up all the heat from the fans. They walk up to the balcony. They're next to the SmackDown wrestlers. And then Benoit's music hit, and we get the Benoit versus Eddie match, which goes about 10 minutes. Benoit ends up winning that match, and then after the match, Joel Gertner goes up to Bischoff and he says, I want to ask you something that we've all wanted to ask you. Every ECW fan has always wanted to ask you. Can I have a job? He shows him his resume. Bischoff grabs the mic, talks trash to Gertner, and trashes the fans, and then throws beer on him all over. So he's getting a little bit of his heat there for the Raw guys. Before we get into a match that, holy crap, this match surprised me for sure. These two guys, Mike Awesome versus Masato Tanaka. Wow. And
So the part of the match, Joey Styles hates Mike Awesome because he left WCW for the big payday. He screwed him over. He sort of lied about it. There was a shady way of doing it. But early in the match, Mike Awesome hits a suicide dive where he's going. First of all, I forgot how big Awesome is and how well he can move for a big guy.
Can I say it?
There you go, Andrew. Please. It's been a few.
Big guy that can move.
Shot. How about Joey Styles' line? Mike Awesome hits a suicide dive going up and over the top rope, sort of like the Undertaker, when he goes up and over, and he says, "It's a shame he didn't succeed in taking his own life." And at the moment, right, it's a throwaway line. He does a suicide dive. That's how Joey Styles is. He hates guys. He doesn't. He'll talk trash to some of them. But what you were saying, and we mentioned this briefly, Andrew, earlier, why this just doesn't hold up well is because Mike Awesome ends up committing suicide.
Yeah. That's the unfortunate specter that's hanging over the head of ECW. And we saw it a little bit earlier when they did the In Memoriam montage. Yeah. ECW had only been out of business for 4.5 years, and they had enough deceased wrestlers to do an In Memoriam montage. Now, I would argue that there is no possible way ECW could have launched at any point past around 2010, because at that point, people started talking about concussions and the way the brain works and CTE and all the stuff that Chris Nowinski, God bless him, is doing to help advance the causes and make sure that we have the most updated research possible. But my goodness, a lot of people missed the boat with Mike Awesome because
they do.
Now, first of all, I need to say his entrance music does what the kids say, it slaps. Mike Awesome, 6'6", angry and mean, a living, breathing war machine. That is downright poetic. Now, Awesome moves. He flies around the ring. He doesn't have to do anything overly technical, but he's got the technical chops to be able to wrestle a little bit with smaller guys. And we saw that in a couple of exchanges that he had with Tanaka. Now, Foley gets in a really good line about how Mike Awesome lost all of his power when he cut off his mullet. I thought that was pretty cool. This entire match is fantastic. If you're familiar with the Mike Awesome Masato Tanaka rivalry, they fought in Japan for years and then basically took that same match over to ECW in the late 90s. However, you only need to see it once because there are a couple of things that are just cringy 15 years later. Mike Awesome hits Masato Tanaka in the head with the full force of a steel chair, 6'6", 260, 270-ish, wailing away at this 5'8" guy with a steel chair 3 times.
Off the top rope, he does it one time.
And Tanaka no-sells it.
He gets right back up and firing up. I mean,
yeah. Oh, boy. And, Awesome. It's the top rope chair shot. Foley says the human skull was not made for that kind of punishment. I love shoot comments that are not supposed to be shoot comments. Tanaka hits this tornado DDT through a table. And every time I watch the match, I think that's the finish. And then I realize, oh, wait, it's not the finish because that was a really cool spot. Mike Awesome, 6'6" on the top turnbuckle. Tanaka goes into a tornado DDT off of there, spiking him through a table. It's a really cool visual. We had the camera crew from underneath shooting that. That was a pretty awesome visual. Then Mike Awesome goes crazy. He hits an awesome bomb through a broken table, which I can't imagine the thought process behind that when the table is broken and you've got little shards of wood sticking up and just
or the metal parts that keep them together right there,
Yeah. Sets up another table outside the ring, has to actually move people back from the guardrail to give Tanaka enough space to take the bump. So they do the Awesome bomb off the apron, and then Awesome does a dive to the floor. We don't see all of it. We don't need to. And then almost as if it's a mercy ending to the match, The referee doesn't bring his hand down to the ground. He brings it to the highest part of the remaining table and does a really quick 3 count to get him off the outside of the ring and back into the locker room. Now, they show the WWE guys watching this, and they actually win over the WWE guys to a small extent. This is a really good match. It's a really intense match, but I'll stand by my original point. If you're not overly passionate about ECW or either of these guys, whatever, you only need to watch it once.
Yeah, I mean, you guys hit on every single point of this match. The chair shot off the top rope literally got it. Oh shit! Out of me in real life.
Yeah.
But you mentioned, the tornado DDT was a phenomenal move, and I too anticipated it being the finish. But that second, awesome bomb, when the table is broken and there's literally a piece of like black metal that's on like a 90-degree angle, just like sitting straight up in the air. And when he turns around and he's about to like drop him on this thing, I'm going, like, a part of me saying, oh my God, do they know that is sticking up? Like, and then he throws him down and it looks like it's just going to impale the guy. Like, and then, outside the ring, what they did out there with the next one through the table out there, I mean, Tanaka, he could not have felt very good the next day after this match in more ways than one. This is a brutal match with insane bumps, brutal chair shots to the head, and some, oh my God, cringeworthy, powerful wrestling move moments that, really kind of take your breath away, and not always in a good way. The Joey Styles commentary is interesting because that's not all, just scripted. There was a lot of animosity to Mike Awesome, and you guys touched on it, where he left as the champion to go to WCW and take a payday when he still had the belt. And there was all kinds of legal stuff going on, and WCW held him off the air because of the fact that he had the belt. And back then, they were worried about him coming on the show with the belt. That's funny. And then, eventually they came to like a compromise where even though he was employed, it's kind of funny. He was employed by WCW, but he was still the ECW heavyweight champion. He appeared a few days later, went to Indianapolis to an ECW show, accompanied by WCW's head of security, and he lost the heavyweight title to Taz, who at that time was a WWE employee, who then the following week turned around and dropped the belt to Tommy Dreamer, who of course was an actual ECW wrestler who had the belt for about 15 or 20 minutes, because then he would lose it the same night to Justin Frederick. So there's like some wild stuff going on, but Styles has a lot of actual animosity towards Awesome for that. And that's stuff that he's saying, while some of it was over the top, he really did not like the guy.
Yeah.
And there was some real feelings behind what was going on there.
And it's like, at the beginning, he's just trashing him, and then the match is so damn good, he starts to kind of have to give him a little bit of respect towards the end, And Mick is just kind of like, Mick's kind of funny in the middle. He's like, we don't really like Mike, but he's a pretty good athlete. He's trying to play, which is, the dynamic is funny there. But you're right, you can definitely feel that it's real, but he's laying it on very thick. And then at the end, he sort of says, I got to give him some respect. He actually ends up. It's a power bomb, but it's more like a razor's edge, over the top rope through the table to Tanaka, and then the suicide dive on top of him, and then he pins him outside the ring. 1, 2, 3. I mean, this is crazy. And after the match, Mick he's like, you know what? I would have sold out for the money too. He actually does the Heath Slater gimmick about, but 12 years before Heath Slater does it, he says, I've got kids, So then there's a little moment where
Styles thanks everyone for buying the rise and fall of ECW because that was sort of what led to this. That had good success. Rob Van Dam sort of put the birdie in Vince's ear and said, let's do an event like this, a show. And then they went ahead with it. And here comes Paul Heyman heading to the ring. We get big thank you, Paul chants. And Paul Heyman comes out and he's crying. He's very emotional. He takes it all in. He looks around for a minute. And the first line is great. He says, I'm not crying. My eyes are red because I was in the back smoking a joint with RVD, which is just great. He thanks the fans. He thanks everybody who helped, back ECW, the people with the money, the network stations. He turns and then he says, okay, I was going to just come out and say thank you and walk away, but you know what? I've got something to say to you. And he points at the Raw and the SmackDown guys, and he goes to Bischoff first. He calls him a bitch. And he goes off on him. And Darren, when you talk about guys who don't like each other in real life, these two guys do not like each other in real life. Then he looks at Edge and he says, hide your wives. 2 words. Matt freaking Hardy, which is funny.
That's 3 words. That's three words. You lied.
And Edge is like holding up the 3 fingers and looking around. He said, that's 3 words. That's
the
3.
funniest part of the Edge thing is he holds up the 3 fingers, but he does it in the version 1 taunt that Matt Hardy used to have. It's a great little Easter egg.
And yeah, this was fun. He then tells JBL, JBL, you were only the champ for a year because Triple H didn't want to work on Tuesday. And he closes it out, but with one of his infamous catchphrases that he would when he would open the shows, and he would say, this isn't Raw, this isn't. He would say WCW, this isn't Nitro, this isn't Raw, this isn't SmackDown, this isn't WWE, this is EC fucking W. And that was very Vincey, but he did it in his Heyman way. So we got a great Paulie. I mean, Darren, we had to get a Paulie promo. We had to get some Paulie time on the mic. And this was, again, he didn't get a 20-minute window to cut some promo, but this was check the boxes, thank the fans, talk trash to the guys that are here, stir some stuff up, and then cuss a few times.
Yeah, you knew this was coming. He thanks Todd Gordon, obviously, who was originally was the original owner of ECW, if I remember correctly, when he sold it to Heyman. So that was kind of cool. When he said to Bischoff, that now you're in ECW's house. And Heyman said, hide your wives.
That was great. Yeah.
That was great. There's just a lot, but look, it's Paul Heyman with a microphone. It's going to be good. There's nothing that you can say about it. You get what you want here. The main event is coming. Paul gets the crowd really amped up for the main event, which is a big part of what he's doing out there. It's what you would expect it to be, and it's a job well done.
I don't have anything to add that you guys didn't already say, but I would like to just talk about, in my opinion, the one unforgivable crime that the WWE Network committed by leading into the main event. The main event is the Dudley Boys against the tag team of Tommy Dreamer and the Sandman. We have entered music dubbing hell. Now, if you have the network, you know this. There are certain songs that WWE either doesn't have the rights for or just edits over whenever they feel like it. So ECW, on the other hand, didn't have that problem. They just used music and hoped they didn't get sued, which I don't think they did. But the Dudleys originally came out when the pay-per-view aired to a song called Drop the Bombshell by Powerman 5000. The network has their WWE theme. No problem there. Pretty even swap, whatever. Tommy Dreamer had Man in a Box by Alice in Chains. He gets a sound-alike. That's kind of cheesy, but I guess I can live with it, whatever. Then the Sandman comes out. If you watch this on the network, do yourself a favor. Fast forward through the Sandman's entrance, pause it, go on Daily Motion or YouTube, and just boot up the Sandman's entrance. Because the Sandman entered to Enter Sandman by Metallica. which obviously the WWE is not going to put on their network. So you have a sound-alike with the entire population of the Hammerstein Ballroom singing to a song you're not hearing. It's disorienting, it's awkward, and it's the one horrible part of this pay-per-view upon rewatch, other than the match that we skipped. It's the one horrible spot, and I wish there was a way around it, but music laws being what they are, there just isn't. And that's what I'd advise you to do if you feel the need to watch this pay-per-view. And I think you should, because hearing several thousand people scream at the top of their lungs, sleep with one eye open, hugging your pillow tight, that's a hell of a deal.
We get DZ before, so Dudley's main event, Dudley Boys versus Tommy Dreamer and Sandman. And at this point, they announced that the Dudley Boys were 18-time tag team champions. And then Sandman enters through the crowd. Normal entrance. He's smoking. He's drinking. He's got the cane. He is just destroying the can on him on his head. I mean, that's the one thing about this entrance that even more than the other, he is just gushing blood well before he even enters the ring. And the difference with as of us being WWF, WWE guys for the most part, and when we see the beer celebrations, it's Austin who would come and cheer the beers and throw them all over. And of the beer, he's going to be maybe taking a sip or two of every can that he's pounding. The Sandman is showing you his gulps, like on purpose. He's showing you that he is pounding this beer just to let you know that by the time he gets to the ring and gets in, he's absolutely pounded 2 beers and he's buzzed.
Yeah, it's a wild entrance. I mean, all of his entrances were wild, but this might have even gone a step beyond. One thing, again, this is an opportunity to talk about something that we never talk about because we haven't done ECW. So the movie The Wrestler, in which Mickey Rourke plays this aged, older, hanging on to independent wrestling shows, previously famous wrestler called the Ram. I always thought, and I'm not saying that he was based on any one person, but for my money in coming up with that character, for me, he was a combination of Jake the Snake Roberts and the Sandman. He was the independent part of it was the Sandman, the brutality where he was, going into the matches where they were pulling the shards of metal out of his back and all the crazy stuff, that he was doing and talking in the back with the guy who said, I'm going to use the staple gun and staple things to you and stuff like that. And then just, his overall demeanor and the fact that he was a previously very highly thought of famous wrestler was like the Jake Roberts part. And I always thought that his character kind of encapsulated the two. The entrance here for the Sandman is wild. He, like you said, he just watching him slam that can into his head so many times. I mean, by like the third or the fourth time he's doing, you're just going like, "Oh,
I know."
And then you think you're all set for the match, and then you just got like, "Oh, hell breaking."
Oh yeah.
It's like all right, who else is coming down here? I mean, obviously, you get the whole BWO thing. Good grief.
If any gimmick never deserved to make a dime and made a whole boatload of cash, this is it.
Yeah. Coming out and you getting Stevie Richards on the mic and everything, and then you get the Impact players showing up and they're attacking Dreamer and Sandman.
This is just a car crash. I mean,
and then Francine shows up and she's low blowing, and then of course here comes Beulah, and she's jumping in. By the way, Beulah McGillicuddy, for my money, in her best time, in her prime, was one of the sexiest women in wrestling history.
I agree.
Yeah, she was phenomenally gorgeous when she was 25 years old and in her heyday. You get a catfight with Francine, who shows you a lot more than you bargained for. And then finally, then of course Spike Dudley shows up. I mean, how can I forget? It's just that there's so much happening before this match even starts that, finally they get everything clear, and you're like, all right, here we go. And you get a cheese grater.
Immediately.
Oh, good Lord.
Dreamer grabs and the best, the funniest thing about this, Darren, too, is like before the match, these guys give each other the fist pump of respect. Like, okay, hey, we're all guys, we're ECW, we all like each other. Yeah. And as soon as 2 seconds after the bell rings, Tommy Dreamer's reaching for the cheese grater.
Now, I don't want to go over the run-ins by Kid Cash, Axel Rotten,
how about
Balls
the drinking
Mahoney?
beer off the girl's chest ringside?
Yeah. Oh, God.
You forget about that. And,
God.
And this is when he smashes another can on his head, and then he mimics these jerking off a cane to JBL. Yeah. Like, I mean, just going at this cane. He blows a couple snot rockets, too. Yeah. and then they both team fist bump. The BWO music hits. Here comes Stevie Richards. He gets the mic. He says they're taking over. He kicks Sandman. Then who is it that comes out to try to take out BWO, Andrew?
Kid Cash runs in. Mr. TNA, total nonstop attitude. Have to wonder what the hell was going on there. And then a familiar guitar lick hits, and the hardcore chair swinging freaks run out. Axel Rotten and Balls Mahoney.
There we go.
And Joey Styles is in his element. It looks like a prison break in here. So they run in, everybody fights into the aisle, and conveniently sets up for a Kid Cash triple jump thing, which is fantastic. The guy gets a lot of airtime, and Mick Foley points out, there are some hideous-looking human beings running around out here, and Styles goes, a beauty pageant? It's not! And for some reason, that always cracks me up. Now, I timed this. From the end of the Mike Awesome Masato Tanaka match to when Kid Cash hits the big dive, 23 minutes. Yeah. There's a lot going on here. And then you're like, oh, we still have the main event. Okay, let's settle in. Oh, my God, the cheese grater. Oh, no, oh, no, oh, no. You just know it's not going to end well. And that's the goriest thing I have ever seen in a wrestling match, the cheese grater going over somebody's head to where the guy is literally dripping blood all down his forehead. Mind you, I've got a more sensitive stomach than most, so my system is, it's to be taken with a grain of salt, but that was tough to watch.
Yeah, it's brutal, and Bubba's using the pans and the cookie sheets immediately. He goes to the grater on Tommy's head, then a 3D to Tommy. Sandman gets a ladder. Dreamer uses the ladder, and then he gets the cheese grater. He starts using it on Bubba. Sandman with the he hits a swanton with the ladder draped on Devon, so he basically just throws his back onto a ladder on top of Devon. Then Devon goes to use the cane, and I think Dreamer ducks, and he accidentally cracks Bubba in the head. Yeah. Dreamer and Sandman both lock in the figure 4 at one point, and Joey Styles goes, oh my God, there's a wrestling move. He's like, it's just pretty funny. It is like shocked that somebody's using a wrestling move. Here come Lance Storm and Just Incredible. Just Incredible's got barbed wire. Then Beulah and Francine are out there. I just got down. This is Chaos Demolition Derby. Dreamer's face is just dripping blood. And I'm like watching this, and Stephanie's like just hearing things and like looking up every now and then. And she's like, what are you watching? She's like, this is one of the wrestling shows that you guys
Sorry,
do?
Stephanie. Sorry about
that.
She,
of course, said, who picked this one? I said, who do you think? And she said, Andrew? And I said, yes, he I'm sure he just loves them. But it's not bad. It's just, whoa. You look at it. This was what ECW was. And this was, I think Andrew hit it on the head. This was always going to be a company that had a short shelf life, and that wouldn't have been able to get really bigger than they were, and that would never have been able to make it in past the 2010s with what we know about health, concussions, blood, and disease and stuff like that. We just don't see a whole lot of that anymore in wrestling. You generally, AEW does a little more blood than WWE does,
generally when we see it in WWE, it's in a big moment. It's in a big spot. AEW, we get a little bit more with Cody because he's kind of an old school guy like Dusty was. But, I mean, this is just, blood everywhere. So Devon gets nailed. How about this one? They've got Devon he's like rolled up, and they put a chair like on the area between his butt and his crotch. and then they just whack him with the chair in like the gooch. It's just unbelievable. It's like, it's like talk about creativity for, you know what I mean? Like they've just figured out every way to hit something. I was like, what the hell is this? It was pretty funny. Just so many of these spots made me laugh too. And so Sandman, Devon power bombs Sandman through a table. Then he hits a 3D on Dreamer. The Dudleys get a table. Here comes Spike. Then they set up a table. They douse it with lighter fluid, and they powerbomb Tommy Dreamer through the flaming table for the win. Then the Dudleys grab Francine, and as they're about to probably throw
Beulah, actually, they grab Beulah, yeah.
There we go. They grab Beulah, and as they're about to throw Beulah, it looks like they're probably going to set her up to go through a table. Sandman cracks them in the head with the cane. And then he motions to the back for some beers. And all of a sudden, Stone Cold Steve Austin's music hits, and Austin is just bouncing around. You could tell Austin's pumped up, too. He loves this. He was an ECW guy. ECW was where Stone Cold Steve Austin really learned how to cut promos, really honed his promo skills. Because when he left WCW and he went to ECW for the time period between his WCW and WWF runs, he was injured. He was hurt quite a bit. So what Paul Heyman would let him do was just cut promos so he could be a part of the show all the time. And Austin's in the back where he's doing these Uncle Erik, and he's ripping on Bischoff, and he's playing crazy Vince McMahon. He's doing these things that we never saw from Stone Cold Steve Austin. And that was sort of the early parts of the Stone Cold character that would grow into. So he has fond memories of ECW. And he says, Sandman, you wanted some beers? He said, I better get a whole bunch of beers the way that you drink beers. And JBL, all the WWE superstars, they're shocked. Huge pop for Austin. And he says, I want the whole ECW roster to come out here and let's have a beer bash. So ECW all comes out. They're all celebrating in the ring. But then Austin tells them, hey, you know what? If you want beer, I want to see a fight first. And I want to see a fight with all those guys. So he calls out JBL. He calls out Bischoff. He asks for a fight. Austin is just trashing them. He is running them down. He challenges them, and the WWE superstars all come down from the balcony. The ECW guys are lined up on one side of the ring. The WWE guys are lined up on the other side of the ring. They're just getting ready to go at it, and all of a sudden, we get Taz chants. And then here comes Taz. His music hits. He comes out. He walks right to the middle, and him and Kurt Angle square up on each other. Remember, they had a match back in WWE. And everybody starts brawling. We get just a good old-fashioned Pier 6 brawl. Total fun. Taz locks in a Taz mission. Somebody, I don't even know who, I tried to rewind it a few times, just gets cracked on the top of the head with the cane. Bischoff rolls over to commentary. He's screaming. And ECW stands tall in the ring as all the WWE guys have to back away. And then Austin yells to Mick Foley to bring Bischoff up to the ring. Mick walks Erik down. The Dudleys hit a 3D. Benoit hits a flying headbutt. Mysterio hits a 619. Austin asks Bischoff his thoughts on the evening as he's laying in the middle of the ring. And Bischoff says, fuck ECW. And then Austin picks him up and stuns him. They all drink beer. The Dudley boys carry Eric Bischoff out, throw him on a truck, and a really fun, feel-good last 10 minutes of this show. DZ, the involvement with the WWE guys, with Bischoff, JBL, them in this show was so perfect. This is exactly what you needed to do. They didn't have to have any matches where they went over or cheated it. They could let the ECW fans enjoy a lot of the ECW nostalgia and then have this at the end, which sort of, you had to have some WWE on the show to continue to build your weekly shows and your product. So I thought this was a really great way to end.
Yeah, and this, you could kind of draw the line of separation between this and what they tried to do when they acquired WCW a couple of years earlier, because when they did the WCW angle and the whole takeover thing with Shane, the WCW wrestlers involved that were in the rafters watching were nobodies. There were no big names. You didn't have any of the guys from WCW that, you cared about, whether it had been Goldberg or Sting or Bagwell, whoever. They were a bunch of nobodies. But here in the WWE, section up in the rafters, you've got Angle, you've got JBL, you've got Edge. So it works. And it works really well. The melee is a lot of fun. It's chaos. This whole part of the show is just chaos from start to finish. It's basically like just booking. All right, you guys just kind of run in, beat the hell out of each other and get.
Yeah, I'd like to see the rundown for this show.
Yeah, I would love to see this broken down into like a spot by spot script. There is one real life thing that happens in this brawl.
Yep.
During this brawl, JBL beats the shit out of the Blue Meanie. And it's real. And this has been a point of contention for years afterwards, and people talk about the fact that this is why everybody viewed JBL as a prick. Because he used to haze new guys and do all these, stupid things to him and be stiff in the ring or whatever.
Very like frat boy.
Yeah.
Like the frat leader, just like he never grew out of that. Yeah. Everything about him was like sounded that way too, which is why he was a great heel and he got a lot of heat.
Got a ton of heat. But I mean, he beat the hell out of the Blue Meanie here. And there's actually a point in time down the line where the Blue Meanie gets him back with a chair shot to the head on WWE TV. That's cringeworthy as well. And I'm sure that there was some, receipt / payback involved in that chair shot as well. But, so if you don't have enough going on, you've got, JBL beating up a guy, a fat guy with blue hair in a blue, stomach cut-off shirt in one of the worst gimmicks you've ever seen that somehow made money. It's wild, man. The blood on Dreamer is unlike anything I've ever seen before. I've seen crazy blood. You've seen stuff like that in some of like the matches in Puerto Rico back in the day, in the late 80s that we used to see, and you could still watch some of that stuff on YouTube. This was bad. I mean, Dreamer that wasn't just blood. That was like, how is the guy even conscious? Like, he lost so much blood. I don't know how he didn't pass out, to be quite honest with you.
This was like Flair. I mean, and if we're talking about the big WWE, the only thing I could even compare this to is like maybe Austin Brett, where Austin's losing the blood. This even felt like more. It felt like it was like building up on his face in like puddles.
Because Austin in that WrestleMania match,
it's like dripping. I don't know.
I mean,
it doesn't feel like it's building up in pools on his eyes and on his cheeks and stuff. Yeah. It was like, whoa.
But the fact that Austin is like, clenching and scrunching his face is probably squeezing the blood out even more. This is just like, there's not a centimeter of skin on this guy's face that is not crimson. It was wild. Look, I mean, it's chaos. It's got everything going on. It's fun. It ends in a cool way. You get Austin in there as well. It's like I said, it's just a fun show. That was a fun night, and I'm glad that Andrew picked it.
I appreciate that, Darren. Now, we mentioned JBL getting receipts from people. Stevie Richards bashing him over the head with a steel chair on SmackDown the next week was great. What was also great is there was one time where your long-lost twin, Joey Styles, actually punched him out.
Punched in the face, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. There are some stories of JBL not liking it when people fought back. No respect for that kind of behavior. Look, professional wrestlers are a different kind of breed. I will not even pretend to understand the locker room hierarchy and the stuff that goes down there, but the stories you hear about Bradshaw and a couple of others, they're not good. You guys mentioned Dreamer losing blood by the bucket load. The Muda scale was invented for things like that. For those who don't know, the Muda scale is a way to essentially judge how much blood loss wrestlers could potentially have on a sliding scale. Full Muda has only been achieved a couple of different times in the eyes of the internet wrestling community. I don't know if this got there, but it was pretty darn close. If you want to watch the match that the Muda scale was derived from, it's a 1992 match in Japan. It's not pretty. It is not for the faint of heart. It is one of those matches you only watch once. Going back a little bit, there's one chant and one line that I need to focus on. When Beulah does the run-in to save everybody from Francine and the Impact players, so they do the hug spot with Tommy and Beulah, who are, of course, real-life husband and wife, so good on Tommy Dreamer for that one. But they get a double DDT on the Dudley Boys, and the referee counts both pinfalls, even though Beulah is not in the match. And I wanted to make sure that got brought up before we went off the air, because it's wildly ludicrous and highly entertaining. Also, I will never complain about a Francine Beulah catfight. The other line from Styles near the end, when Sandman is over Tommy Dreamer yelling, "Someone get me a beer," Styles goes, "Screw the beer, get this man some plasma." Plasma is a fun word. Just got to throw that out there. But no, this was a fun show.
And it's quick.
You're not getting,
220, you know, 230, I think, and we didn't watch the Benoit match, which is 10 minutes, so you do 220 without that, and nothing drags.
No.
Everything is quick. It's just, if there was a complaint, it's that this was a show that probably would have been fine at 3 hours if everything else got an extra 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that's never what ECW was.
And you're right.
So I'm
right.
thoroughly
And that's
okay with that.
It was always leaving you wanting a little bit more and excited for next week. And that was what old school wrestling was. And this was a really, really fun show. Again, I'm glad you picked it. It was, when you said One Night Stand, I was thinking you were going to the next year, but I'm glad you picked this one, because the Van Dam versus the RVD versus Cena match is better than anything on this show. But the rest of this show is probably better than maybe everything on that show, as far as the feeling, the energy, the crowd, oh, wow, this is the first time back in 4.5 years. So a lot of fun on our first foray into ECW. So yeah, so far we've hit, old WWF. We've got WWE checked. We've got WCW checked. We've got AWA checked. And now we've got ECW checked. And next week, we record our shows on Tuesday night, usually, and I usually have them out on either Wednesday, Thursday, whenever the shows come out on the weekend. But next week, I know it is Andrew's anniversary, so happy early anniversary to you and yours.
Thank you very much.
Darren's going to pick the show right now that we're going to talk about for 2 weeks from now. And then actually next week, Darren's going to join me on Tuesday night, and we're going to preview the football games for Thanksgiving. There are 3 Thanksgiving football games, two stinkers, but then we get Baltimore versus Pittsburgh in the closeout game. So that'll be a good Thanksgiving Thursday night game. So DZ, you'll be joining me. We're going to talk some NFL next week. Andrew will be back in a couple weeks, and we'll get back to the old wrestling rewatch. When we reconvene in 2 weeks, what show are we going to be discussing?
So I thought, given the time of year, it would be fitting to do a Survivor Series.
Nice.
Obviously taking place at the end of November around Thanksgiving. And I went through them, and I really spent a lot of time to pick them out. And I kind of bounced around from one to the other. And I wanted to get a show that kind of, there were shows that had good Survivor Series elimination matches with bad main events. And then there were ones that had bad elimination matches and good main events or no elimination matches. I wanted to get something that had a little bit of everything. So actually, I'm going to go to the not too distant past, and I'm going to go to Survivor Series 2016.
Okay.
This is a really good show because, in my opinion, the 3 elimination matches are a lot of fun. The women's match includes Charlotte, Bayley, Sasha, Becky Lynch, Alexa Bliss. There's a really good match between The Miz and Sami Zayn for the Intercontinental Championship in there. There is a tag team match that's a lot of fun. That's got some wild tag teams in it. Some really good tag teams in it. That's a really good match. You have a cool cruiserweight match between D. Brian Kendrick and Kalisto. And then you get a 5-on-5 match, which has AJ Styles, Bray Wyatt, Dean Ambrose, Randy Orton, and Shane McMahon against Braun Strowman, Chris Jericho, Kevin Owens, Roman Reigns, and Seth Rollins. That is one of the best 5-on-5 Survivor Series elimination matches that you will ever see. It's got a little bit of everything, including an, oh my God, I think Roman just killed Shane moment that I'm sure we will touch upon. And then, of course, you get a main event that just shocks the hell out of everybody because it's positioned as the main event in Goldberg and Lesnar, but it's anything but a main event match. And it obviously sets the stage for a lot of, other cool stuff that's going to come between the two of them. And, was a fun run for Goldberg and would have been good if it was the last run for Goldberg. But even though it was a minute and a half long for that main event, it's a really cool moment and it's worth talking about in some of the annals of WWE. So Survivor Series 2016 when we come back in 2 weeks.
Nice. That's a good one to talk about too. Yeah, looking back, just that SmackDown Raw was such a good Survivor Series main event match. There's just they're all studs on both sides there. And the fun, surprising moment with Goldberg, Lesnar. So cool. Looking forward to that. We have a couple weeks to watch that one. Anyone out there who probably does what I do too. I think it sounds like you do the same thing, Darren. I know any time of year when it becomes like close to Survivor Series, for like the week or so around it, I'm always throwing starting at the very beginning with 1987, and I'm throwing them on in the background as I'm doing my work, as I'm handicapping races, as I'm just like messing around here. So I always love to go through some of the old ones, and I'll be doing that over the next few weeks because actually Survivor Series is coming up this weekend as we record this just a few days out from now. So good pick for the future. A couple weeks from now.
Part of me did want to pick Survivor Series 1991, just so that we could talk about Bobby Heenan screaming about how Hulkamania is dead.
Oh yeah,
but I refrained and thought this would be a little bit more fun, but.
I thought you were going to go with the gobbledygookers introduction. I actually considered that for this week's show, but I kept coming back to One Night Stand. I'm like, let's do One Night Stand. I've already made Gino and Darren suffer through the Team Challenge series. Let's do something that's good fun as opposed to bad fun.
Andrew, give us your plugs. What do you got going on this week with Champagne and JD and anything coming forward?
Sure. Andrew Champagne on Twitter. Champagne and JD is actually in the midst of a series of interviews with track announcers. We had Peter Berry from Mountaineer on last week, and that was a tremendous discussion. Peter is hysterical. He actually worked in a little bit of a veiled shout-out in the lead-up to the first race on tonight's card at Mountaineer. He shouted out an often pacing horse that drives Pete Aiello absolutely bonkers. We've got Don Stevens coming on from Delta Downs this week. Their meet starts next week. And it's pretty cool because they're going to be doing something completely different. They're going days, not nights this year. So it'll be interesting to talk about what went into that decision, some of the things fans can expect, because that's a pretty fun product that usually has some pretty big fields. I'm doing my weekly NFL stuff as well. A little bit bummed, as I told you guys before we came on the air. I unfortunately had to cancel my Vegas trip that had been planned for my birthday, my dad's birthday, and Thanksgiving next week. Thanks a lot, COVID. Really appreciate it. So I'm going to be on Life Tilt after my anniversary next week. Anniversary's great. 32nd birthday is fine, but I was supposed to be flying into Vegas on my 32nd birthday, and now that's not going to happen. So if you follow me on Twitter, you're going to probably see some interesting stuff over the next week and a half.
Make sure to tell Don Stevens I said hello. Honestly, my favorite trip that I went, I think three or four times to TVG was to Vinton, Louisiana. Absolutely loved heading over there to Delta Downs. It's a blast. The track over there is fun. It's casino. It's very Vegas-y because the whole setup there is like a sports book when you're inside, and it just they like their racing, and they were so appreciative every time I showed up. I mean, people were asking me for autographs. They made me feel like I was a big deal. So I always loved going over there. It was
they're good people down there, and the good part about going down there is if you go down there at the right time of year, you can actually go to 3 different racetracks in 3 days. If you fly into Houston, you can go to Sam Houston, take the 2-hour drive to Vinton, Louisiana, go to Delta, and then the next day go down to New Orleans and go to Fairgrounds. That's actually a trip my dad and I have been throwing around. Maybe we'll get a chance to do that once, there's a COVID vaccine and the world gets somewhat repaired from its current broken state. But the people at Delta Downs are fantastic. My dad and I are both friends with not just Don Stevens, but with Ricky, the sound guy who cues up all the music. It's a good product down there. Looking forward to that meet starting back up again. It's the home of a couple of big scores that I've had in the past. So it's going to be a lot of fun looking at races from there again. And it's going to be a lot of fun talking with Don this week. If you haven't seen my show yet, go on YouTube, search Champagne and JD, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss any of our weekly updates.
DZ, Darren Zocali. Look forward to chatting some NFL with you next week. You can follow Darren on Twitter at TheTrack7. And DZ, I gotta say, I put a few bucks yesterday on the Giants to win the division. Now I looked at that Eagles schedule. They got some tough games coming up. I think the Giants can get to maybe 6 or 7 wins and win that division.
They're not a bad team.
They aren't. Their defense is much improved. It seems like they like the coach.
That shocks me because I thought it was coming into the season. I thought they were going to give up 38 points a game. The way that this defense has stepped up has really surprised me. Look, I can't judge. No pun intended. I can't judge Joe Judge yet as a head coach, but I will say this: it is clear that this team plays for him. It's clear that the culture of the team has changed. It is clear that this is a team that now gets it. I understand that they have not finished necessarily, but look, the difference between okay teams and good teams in the NFL is typically not that big of a difference.
Very little, 1 or 2 plays.
And that's what and because if you take a look at what the Giants have done this year, and you talk about 1 or 2 plays, Gino, the Giants are 1 or 2 plays away in each game from having 7 wins. I mean, and I'm not saying that they should have won all those games, but it is not unrealistic to think that this team should be 5-5.
Dallas, the Eagles, the
Bears,
first time.
Eagles, yeah.
I mean, the Tampa game, they were with the Bucks. They should have won that game. And then even the Steelers game at the beginning of the year, how about the Bears game? They were right back in that game too. I mean, those are all. We're not talking like, oh, you know what? They were close and couple. Those were should have won those games.
Yeah, the thing with the Giants is this. So, look, they still have some very tough games coming up, including a game against the Ravens and a game against the Seahawks that are going to prove to be very, very difficult for them to win. They have the Cardinals at home, which is a difficult game. They have the Browns also. So there are tough games. But the difference is, I think it is safe to say at this point that this team is consistently now getting better week to week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible as we move down the line that when they get to those games, they could be a better team and have a better chance. They still have a lot of work to do, and I'm not saying that they're going to win those games and win 7 or 8 games, but at least now they look like a football team.
Trending in the right direction, right?
Yeah.
And the most important thing, really quickly, the most important thing about the Giants, they're not the Jets.
And that's a great way to end it. DZ and I will have a lot more NFL to discuss next week. Andrew, you have a great anniversary and have a great time with your significant other. And folks, thanks for tuning in to the Old Wrestling Rewatch. Next time we reconvene in a few weeks, we're going to be talking about Survivor Series 2016. There's Milo in the background laughing. He's ready to turn on some Blue's Clues. We'll be back in just a minute with much more on That's What G Said. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, we got to catch up on a couple episodes of The Mandalorian. I always try to give you like a week to watch an episode before I'll recap it. So by the time you get this and you're listening to this, it'll actually be episode 4 of season 2 out. We've got 2 to catch up on. So let's go through the last 2 episodes of The Mandalorian. We're starting with episode 2. And this one, completely different styles, right? One thing we've seen from this show is that there's a bigger purpose. Oh, spoiler alert. I always give the spoiler alert before. We're going to talk about everything that happened in episode 2 and then episode 3. So there's the big goal, right? For Mando to reunite the child with the Jedi. That's what he's trying to find, the Jedi, and trying to figure out, and that's the problem that he needs to solve. but every week he gets thrown off course, and a lot of weeks it's one thing he has to overcome something in order to move along the way. Episode 2 was one of those. He kind of gets thrown off course, and then episode 3 there were a lot of big storyline things that helped progress the story. And I'm not an expert when it comes to the Star Wars universe and everything going on, but we're starting to tie things together now from the early movies and some of the TV shows like Clone Wars and Rebels, and now these shows. So you're getting all sorts of really cool Easter eggs and people popping up. So episode 2, it starts with he's trying to leave Tatooine, and he gets jumped with some people trying to attack the child. There's some of the Jabba's trying to attack the child, and at one point it's funny because one of them grabs his jetpack. He gives him the jetpack in exchange for the child, and then one of them runs off with the jetpack, and then Mando presses the button on his armor and sends him flying. So cool, funny moment there. He gets his way. He makes his way. He finds his way back to his ship, the Razor Crest, and so he's trying to find other Mandos that can help him get to the Jedi. That's what he's trying to do at the moment, and Peli tells him that she knows someone where they have some information on Mandalorians, where they have spotted Mandos, but he's gonna have to again do some sort of a favor here. So what he does is he has to take this passenger, the Frog Lady, who is carrying some of her eggs, and he has to transport her back to her husband. And only problem is he can't go and use hyperspeed on the ship, because hyperdrive on the ship, because as soon as they do, the eggs will get vaporized by going so fast. So he has to travel differently than he normally would travel, and he is chased by a couple officers, and so he's trying to get away from the officers, and there's this cool, just like you would see in Star Wars, one of those chase scenes where they're going through like a big crevice, and they're going through up and down and diagonal, and just one of those awesome Star Wars scenes that we've seen for years in all sorts of different ways. And what happens is Mando crashes into this snowy planet, and the ship breaks through the ground and falls, and while he's trying to repair the ship and get things going, the Frog Lady wanders off, and she's in this hot spring with with her babies and her eggs, and Baby Yoda meanwhile is always trying to eat the eggs throughout, like steal this Frog Lady's eggs from the incubator. It's for little Baby Yoda, who's normally pretty cute. This was one of those like whoa moments, like really, you're trying to eat the eggs there. But when their Mandalorian goes to get the Frog Lady and try to get back on the way, and of course little Baby Yoda, the child, is in mischief again. He goes and finds a bunch of eggs, and he breaks one and starts to eat one, and then the rest of the eggs hatch. They're spiders. If you are not a fan of spiders, this will scare the hell out of you the next few minutes. 8-legged freaks type thing. We're talking old school horror movies, stuff all over the place, all sizes of spiders, and then you get a couple just massive spiders that are chasing them as they try to get on their way out. This is just terrifying. And what ends up happening is the pilots who were chasing them end up finding them, and they actually shoot off the spiders and help Mando and Baby Yoda and the Frog Lady sort of make it out alive. They actually say to Mando that they looked him up, they looked his ship up, and that there was a warrant out for his arrest, but because he actually had done some positive and he had helped along the way, they had seen sort of his record, and there were other things. They had more important stuff going on because these are trying times. So this is an episode that's fun. It's not nearly as long, but what we get is we get the typical, okay, there's a problem. They got to get out of where they are and try to get on their way. Nothing really, as far as the bigger picture, ends up coming into play. in this second episode. It's really in episode 3 where we start to find some pretty important things. And episode 3 picks up just right where episode 2 left off. So Mando is taking the frog lady and little baby Yoda. He's about to drop the frog lady off, and this ship is just devastated. This ship is just beat up, and they have like this crazy crash landing because they're trying to come in with the ship's guidance system, but it's broken. There's nothing working. They're having to do everything manually. So what happens here is Mando is looking for information again. He goes into the bar looking for where he can, get information about the other Mandos, and he's not able to drop off the frog lady yet because he needs to get repairs to the ship. So while he's looking around getting the ship repaired, he, of course, like always, he was able to find someone who knows something about a Mando, but it doesn't ever really seem to work out the way he wants. So he's on a ship, and it's him and Baby Yoda, and this was a trap. They're trying to show him that they have this big monster on the ship that they feed, and they open it up, and it's basically the Rancor pit where they knock little Baby Yoda in there, and then Mandalorian has to jump in after him, and we see other Mandalorians actually show up and save him. 3 others come into play, and one of them is actually played by Sasha Banks, the wrestler here, and he's saved. He is lucky because it would have been over for Baby Yoda and for Mando, but they save him. Sasha jumps in and she saves Baby Yoda, and this is a big moment following this because this is someone who, if you watch Clone Wars, Rebels, you'll know this is Bo-Katan. And so these are some names that are starting to tie a lot of things together. She is there with 2 other Mandos, Axe and Koska, and they have to drop a big bomb, and they take their helmets off, so that obviously startles Mandalorian. He says, "You're not Mandalorian." They tell him he's actually part of a cult. He was raised as a child of the Watch, and they were very old school sort of zealots, and that all other Mandalorians are generally fine with taking off their helmets. So this is huge, a huge reveal to him, as of course this is everything he's ever known. He does not like hearing this. He flies off, but quickly he is in a compromising position again and has to get saved again by the Mandalorians. So he is able to discuss with them over a drink what their plans are moving forward. They tell him, "Hey, come with us. We're Mandalorians. Bo-Katan is trying to reestablish the Mandalorian way and take back Mandalore." So she asks Mando to help her with a task that they have. They're robbing this ship, and they're taking back things that this ship has actually taken from them. So they're basically getting back some of their weapons and things that have been stolen from their land. Mandalorian agrees, and she says that if he helps her, she'll give him information where he can find some Jedi, and that way he can continue on with trying to get the little Baby Yoda back to where he belongs. So as Mando helps them, he first drops off Baby Yoda back with the frog people, and he tells them, "Hey, no more eating these little babies." And they keep an eye on Baby Yoda while Mando joins the other 3 Mandos, and they go 4 Mandos attack a big cargo ship that is pretty easy for them to take control over. And it is afterwards where Mando has this really cool moment where he just basically sacrifices himself in front of a bunch of stormtroopers. Boom, boom. I mean, he's just taking, because of his armor, he's just out there just taking shot after shot after shot after shot. And they take control of the ship. He makes good on his agreement, so they give him information, which is very big information. Again, this is another thing that it doesn't really sound like something big if you don't know a lot of the history, and this isn't something that you would even know from just a lot of the Star Wars movies, but this was Ahsoka Tano, who was mentioned as a big figure that ties all of this stuff together. And I was looking things up and reading a lot about this. I'm very interested now as this Boba Fett, and now with Bo-Katan and Ahsoka Tano. I'm probably butchering some of the names too, but it's cool. I love putting all of these things together. There's such this huge world of Star Wars, and now coming up in the next couple of years, there's going to be apparently a spin-off series of The Mandalorian that might be a Boba Fett series. There's going to be an Obi-Wan Kenobi series coming up, so we will continue to recap episodes of The Mandalorian. They're already working on season 3. This is probably a series that could go, anywhere from 7 to 10 seasons, and then all these spin-offs. Disney Plus is loving the response, and we love talking about Mandalorian here on That's What G Said. A big thank you to everyone for tuning in. Thank you for downloading, subscribing. Make sure to rate and review. Send it around to any of your friends that you think might like the show. Big thank you to Sam for joining us, Erik for talking NFL with us, Chad Cooper talking wrestling, and we had Andrew and Darren talking the old wrestling rewatch. Joey, close this show out.